this whole misery that we are seeing. I must also tell you that this whole program is also being live streamed on YouTube and on the Facebook page. So a large number of the audience is also out there watching you on these two platforms. I'm now with Zia Saab's permission and with all of your approval, I would like to formally start this session. We will start off with what we traditionally do, which is that we have a recitation that we will have from the Quran, which a short presentation, and may I invite I'm sure you know that most of you know that we have Khari. A Khari is someone who knows the Quran and and recites it. So we will get our Khari Sahab Muhammad Zubair Numani, who is going to recite to us a couple of verses from the Quran. So Khari Sahab, आपसे दरख्वास्त कि आप इस प्रोग्राम को शुरू करें ताकि हम फिर आगे बढ़ें. Khari Numani Sahab. और आपको अपना माइक अनम्यूट करना पड़ेगा. उमर, आप आई एम श्योर
खारी जुबैर साहब, आप अपना अनम्यूट करिए.
अनम्यूट करें आप, ताकि हम आपको सुन सकें.
नहीं, अरे है मोहम्मद नसीम में. खारी जुबैर साहब हैं.
आप सब लोगों से दरख्वास्त कि आप सब अपना माइक म्यूटेड रखें और हम जो है वो ये प्रोग्राम का आगाज कर सकें. उमर मियां, अगर कारी साहब नहीं है तो आप ही पढ़ दें. हाँ जुबैर साहब, अस्सलाम वालेकुम. जी मैं देख रहा हूँ आपको. आप
खाली जुबैर साहब.
जी हाँ, वो आ गए. प्रोफेसर अब्दुल शाबान पर्सनली मुब्तला हैं कोविड में. वो किसी की तीमारदारी करने जा रहे हैं, तो उनको हम पहले सुन लेंगे प्रोफेसर सिद्दीकी के बाद. खारी साहब, अगर आप तैयार हैं.
जुबैर आगे ना. चलिए जुबैर साहब खिलात पढ़िए.
जी पढ़िए.
वालेकुम रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू.
वालेकुम सलाम.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. فأطيعوا والرسول لعلكم ترحمون. وسارعوا إلى مغفرة من ربكم وجنة أرضها السماوات والأرض أعدت للمتقين. الذين ينفقون في السراء الضراء والكاظمين الغيظ والكاظمين
आओ उन लोग रखे वो हम लोग का नहीं मैं नहीं
अनम्यूट करिए प्लीज।
होस्ट कैन डू दैट। होस्ट जो है वो जुबैर साहब को अनम्यूट करिए।
जुबैर साहब अनम्यूट कीजिए आप।
सर म्यूट
आपकी
किए
आवाज
हैं
नहीं आ रही।
शायद वो।
ये सबको म्यूट किए हैं। कुछ आवाज डिस्टर्बेंस आ रही तो सबको म्यूट किए हैं। आई थिंक somebody should reach.
ومن يغفر الذنوب إلا الله ولم يصروا على ما فعلوا وهم يعلمون أولئك جزاؤهم مغفرة من ربهم وجنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها ونعم أجر العاملين
जी जुबैर साहब, उमर लगता है जुबैर साहब की फिरत इज डन। तो बहुत शुक्रिया कारी जुबैर साहब, बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। मैं प्रोग्राम को अब आगे बढ़ाऊं और आप लोग देख रहे होंगे कि द फर्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन इज बाय प्रोफेसर सिद्दीकी, प्रोफेसर मोहम्मद महमूद सिद्दीकी। प्रोफेसर सिद्दीकी साहब जो है वो हमारी बड़ी मोअज़्ज़िज़ यूनिवर्सिटी मौलाना आज़ाद नेशनल उर्दू यूनिवर्सिटी जो हैदराबाद में है उसके बड़े सबसे अमंग द सीनियर प्रोफेसर्स हैं और वहाँ के आजकल रजिस्ट्रार भी हैं। इन्होंने he has spent a whole lifetime in education and training and has tremendous insight and experience into distance and online education, and therefore it would be indeed appropriate to see how he has been able to deal with this issue at the Maulana Azad University and what insights he can give us on how we move from an offline to an online pedagogy. तो प्रोफेसर महमूद सिद्दीकी साहब, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मैं आपको अब انوائٹ کر رہا ہوں کہ آپ اپنا پریزنٹیشن دیں. تھینک یو سو مچ. آئی نو دیٹ یو ہیو بین ویری بزی ٹوڈے اینڈ دیٹ یو آر ویری بزی, بٹ تھینکس فار ٹیکنگ دا ٹائم آؤٹ فار اس. پروفیسر محمود صدیقی. یس صدیقی صاحب, آپ شروع کر رہے ہیں.
میں شروع کر رہا ہوں.
جی جی ضرور. تھینک یو ویری مچ.
بہت شکریہ.
جی بہت شکریہ. میں سب کو پارٹیسپینٹس کو بتا دوں کہ ہم جان بوجھ کے میوٹ رکھ رہے ہیں سب کو, اور آپ میں سے جن لوگوں کے پاس سوال ہوں وہ پلیز نوٹ دیٹ دیر از اے چیٹ ونڈو. اس چیٹ ونڈو پہ آپ اپنے سوال لکھتے رہیں تاکہ ہم اپنا ٹائم جو بہت قیمتی ہے اس کو we can use it very well. So please use the chat window to put any questions to Professor Siddiqui and to the other panelists. So over to you, Mahmood Siddiqui sahab. Thank you so much.
جی جزاک اللہ. السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ. آداب. گڈ ایوننگ ٹو ون اینڈ آل. کیا میری اسکرین جو ہے شیئر ہو پا رہی ہے؟
Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely loud and clear. Everything is fine.
The topic that was assigned to me by Professor Amirullah is moving to an online pedagogy, challenges and solutions. انہوں نے چونکہ اجازت دی تھی اس لیے میں نے اپنے طور پر اس ٹاپک کو یوں بدلا: کورونا وائرس دا ٹیچر آف ٹیچرس.
جی ہاں جی.
اور اس کے پیچھے ایک چھوٹی سی اسٹوری ہے جو شری اٹل بہاری واجپئی جی اور پی وی نرسمہا راؤ صاحب کا چھوٹا سا واقعہ ہے کہ جب جو ہے نرسمہا راؤ جی نے واجپئی جی کی تعریف کرتے ہوئے کسی پروگرام میں کہا تھا کہ واجپئی جی میں تو آپ کو اپنا گرو مانتا ہوں، تو واجپئی جی نے ہنستے ہوئے مسکراتے ہوئے جواب دیا تھا کہ نرسمہا راؤ جی میں تو آپ کو اپنا گرو گھنٹال مانتا ہوں. اب یہ ہندی کا جو لفظ ہے گرو گھنٹال، اس کے پازیٹیو معنی بھی ہوتے ہیں اور نیگیٹو معنی بھی ہوتے ہیں، لیکن ہم یہاں پر ایک پازیٹیو معنی لے کے چل رہے ہیں. حالانکہ کورونا وائرس کے لیے دونوں بھی معنی صحیح ہے. both the meanings are true in regard to corona virus because it has emerged as the teacher of teachers, and in what way it has emerged like that, inshallah ta'ala we shall try to see. Basically, education is nowadays considered as a five-polar system. تعلیم کو ایک 5 ستونی عمل سمجھا جاتا ہے. It is understood that if these 5 poles are made strong, then the building of education will be strengthened. These poles are teachers, students, parents, management, or the government, and the social environment. Now, out of these 5, 2, that is the student and the teacher, they are the main poles, because the real interaction in the education system takes place between the students and the teachers. And there was an assumption prior to COVID-19, there was an assumption that there was no substitute to face-to-face learning, face-to-face system of education. ایک ایسا ایزمپشن تھا کہ جس میں اختلاف کی بہت کم گنجائش تھی کہ فیس ٹو فیس لرننگ کا کوئی سبسٹیوٹ ہو ہی نہیں سکتا. And then suddenly there came coronavirus called as COVID-19. اور کیا ہوا؟ Though it's so small کہ اب لوگ کہتے ہیں کہ سنگل ماسک سے بھی کام نہیں چلے گا، آپ کو 2 ماسک لگانا پڑے گا. مطلب گنجائش ہے کہ سنگل ماسک سے بھی وہ ٹرانسفر ہو جا سکتا ہے. اتنا چھوٹا، اب میں اس کی تفصیلات میں نہیں جاؤں گا because we all are well aware with what coronavirus is, because that's not the area of my jurisdiction. But that small virus, the tiny virus, it led to pandemic. Almost all nations got affected. You all know very well the number of cases, the number of deaths, and we also have noted that there is lack of infrastructural facilities, lack of beds in hospitals, lack of oxygen cylinders, and there are many issues in regard to not only physical health, but also in regard to mental health. The psychological condition, as we have been noting, the anxiety, stress, and depression. Now, इसमें इतना प्रॉब्लम है कि बहुत सारे लोग और बास कंट्रीज में ज्यादा तादाद में लोग जो है सुसाइड भी कमिट कर रहे हैं। अब जो उसका सोल्यूशन निकाला गया, उस वक्त तो जब मेडिसिन थी न वैक्सीन थी, तो सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग एंड लॉकडाउन, दैट वाज द अल्टीमेट सोल्यूशन व्हेन द पैंडेमिक केम। देन प्रिकॉशन इज बेटर देन क्योर, इस फार्मूले पर अमल करते हुए सैनिटाइजेशन, वियरिंग ऑफ ए मास्क, वॉशिंग ऑफ हैंड्स again and again, then social distancing and imposition of lockdown. अब इसके जो effects हुए, naturally there are certain positive effects, there are certain negative effects. लेकिन education system पर भी इसके गैर मामूली असरात हुए. When the lockdown was imposed in our country in March 2020, it paralyzed the education system. A sudden shock to the stakeholders. सबके लिए एक बहुत अजीब और गरीब किस्म का शॉक था कि ये क्या हो गया. All those who were busy, engaged in the education system, उनकी समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि ये क्या हो गया. उसी सिचुएशन को मैंने एक इंशाइया, अंग्रेजी में जिसे ऐसे कहते हैं, उसकी एक शक्ल दी और वो मैं डायरेक्टर साहब की इजाज़त से आपकी खिदमत में पेश कर रहा हूँ. मैंने पहले से उनसे इजाज़त हासिल कर ली थी. The topic of my essay is तालाबंदी यानी लॉकडाउन के दौर में हमारी तालीमी सरगर्मियां, और एजुकेशनल एक्टिविटीज ड्यूरिंग द पीरियड ऑफ लॉकडाउन. इसको आप थोड़ी देर के लिए बर्दाश्त कर लीजिए, एक लिटरेरी पीस के तौर पर इसको सुन लीजिए. बहुत सारी बातें इसमें आ जाएंगी, फिर बाद में हम डिस्कशन करेंगे. लॉकडाउन के निफास के साथ ही हमारे तालीमी इदारे बंद हो गए. असातिज़ा, तलबा और सरपरस्तान तलबा, कोई भी फरीक, कोई भी पार्टी इस नागहानी इमरजेंसी सूरत हाल के लिए ज़हनी तौर पर तैयार नहीं था. लॉकडाउन के ऐलान के वक्त तालीमी सरगर्मियां, एजुकेशनल एक्टिविटीज अपने उरूज पर थीं. तलबा इम्तिहानात की तैयारी में मसरूफ थे. आला तालीमी इदारों के तलबा और असातिज़ा, टीचर्स अपनी थ्योरी क्लासेस और प्रैक्टिकल्स में मशगूल थे. बहरहाल लॉकडाउन के निफास से सारी तालीमी सरगर्मियां ठप हो गईं. तालीम गाहों की तरफ बढ़ते असातिज़ा और तलबा के कदम रुक गए. माहिरीन की जानिब से बार बार ये बात सामने आ रही थी कि लॉकडाउन का आजमाइशी वक्फा, द क्रिटिकल पीरियड, मरहलावार बढ़ाया जा सकता है. बाद में हमने देखा कि वाकई ऐसा करना पड़ा. अच्छी बात यह रही कि लॉकडाउन के पहले ही रोज से सभी मुताल्लिकीन को ये फिक्र सताने लगी थी कि अब तालीमी सरगर्मियों को किस तरह जारी रखा जा सकेगा. अगर मुल्क की तकदीर उसके कमरे जमात में तश्कील पाती है और कमरे जमात मुताद्दी वबा की वजह से तालाबंद हो जाए, तो मुल्क के मुस्तकबिल और नई नस्लों की शख्सियत साजी के अमल को दांव पर तो नहीं लगाया जा सकता. हमें कुछ न कुछ करना होगा, कोई ना कोई हल निकालना होगा, कोई ऐसा मदावा ढूंढना होगा कि एक तरफ लॉकडाउन के उसूलों की पासदारी भी हो और दूसरी तरफ दरस व तदरीस का खूबसूरत और दूर रस नताइज का हामिल सिलसिला भी जारी व जारी रहे. लेकिन ऐसा क्यों कर मुमकिन है? ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि तालीमी इदारे बंद रहें, असातिज़ा और तलबा अपने अपने घरों में रहें और बस इन्हीं ख्यालात से परेशान होकर हमारा सर चकराने लगा. हमने बड़ी बेबसी से अपना सर अपने सामने रखे कंप्यूटर टेबल पर रख दिया और तभी हुक्म मेरे आका, حکم میرے آقا. تم کون ہو؟ ہم نے خوف اور گھبراہٹ میں دریافت کیا. آقا آپ نے مجھے نہیں پہچانا. آپ علادین، 21ویں صدی کے ترقی یافتہ علادین، اور یہ ہے آپ کا چراغ جسے آپ کمپیوٹر کہتے ہیں، اور میں ہوں آپ کا جن یعنی سرچ انجن. تو حکم میرے آقا، حکم دیجئے میں آپ کی کیا خدمت کر سکتا ہوں. دیکھو ہماری تعلیم گاہیں بند ہیں، ہمارے طلبہ اور اساتذہ اپنے اپنے گھروں پر رہنے کے لیے مجبور ہیں، لیکن مستقبل کو سنوارنے اور تعلیمی سلسلے کو جاری رکھنے کے لیے ان طلبہ اور اساتذہ کے درمیان رابطہ بہت ضروری ہے. تم ایسا کچھ کرو کہ طلبہ اور اساتذہ ایک دوسرے سے جڑ جائیں. کیا تم انہیں ان فاصلوں کے باوجود ایک دوسرے سے جوڑ سکتے ہو؟ کیا ان کے درمیان انٹریکشن کو یقینی بنا سکتے ہو؟ ہمارے ان سوالات کے جواب میں اس جن نے بتایا کہ یہ تو بہت ہی معمولی کام ہے، اور یہ کام تو بہت پہلے سے چل رہا ہے. اس نے اپنی بات کی وضاحت میں واٹس ایپ، وائبر، اسکائپ، ہینگ آؤٹس، گوگل، وی چیٹ، ٹیلی گرام، لائن، ٹینگو، وائر ایپ، سگنل، اسنیپ چیٹ اور انسٹنٹ میسنجر جیسے ایپس کے نام لیے تو ہمیں یاد آیا کہ واقعی طلبہ اور اساتذہ کے گروپس ان ایپس کے ذریعے پچھلے چند برسوں سے قائم ہیں، اور ہم ان کے ذریعے حسب ضرورت اہم تعلیمی مواد شیئر بھی کرتے رہے ہیں. ایپس کے ذریعے مفید مواد تحریری شکل کے علاوہ سمعی یعنی آڈیو اور سمعی بصری یعنی آڈیو ویڈیو کی شکل میں بڑی آسانی کے ساتھ شیئر کیا جاتا ہے، اور ہم لاک ڈاؤن سے قبل بھی ان گروپس کا استعمال کرتے رہے ہیں. تو کیوں نہ اب ان کا باضابطہ اور مؤثر استعمال کیا جائے. ادھر ہم اپنے ہی خیالات میں کھوئے ہوئے تھے، اور ادھر وہ جن ہمارے اگلے حکم کا منتظر تھا. ہم نے اس سے کہا، کیا تم طلبہ اور اساتذہ کو درکار کتابیں ان کے گھر تک پہنچا سکتے ہو؟ اس پر اس نے مسکراتے ہوئے بتایا کہ وہ زمانہ قدیم کے غیر تعلیم یافتہ علادین کے چراغ کا جن نہیں ہے، بلکہ وہ 21ویں صدی کا اعلیٰ تعلیم یافتہ اور ترقی یافتہ جن ہے. پھر بھلا وہ کتابوں کی ہارڈ کاپیز کو وہ تو بس آن لائن لائبریری سے متعلقہ کتابوں کی سافٹ کاپیز اٹھائے گا اور پلک جھپکتے ہی گروپ میں موجود سارے لوگوں تک پہنچا دے گا. اس نے یہ بھی واضح کر دیا کہ یہ کتابیں روایتی انداز یعنی چھپی شکل میں بھی ہو سکتی ہے، اور سمعی یعنی آڈیو کی شکل میں بھی. ہم نے اپنا پیترا بدلتے ہوئے اس سے پوچھا کہ اگر کوئی تازہ میگزین یا جرنل دیکھنا چاہے تو؟ جن بھلا کب ہار مانتا. اس نے بڑے اعتماد کے ساتھ اوپن ایکسس جرنلز کا تعارف کروا دیا. ویڈیو کے بارے میں سوال کرنے پر جن نے وضاحت کی کہ یوٹیوب سے لے کر ویمیو، میٹا کیفے، ڈیلی موشن، دا انٹرنیٹ آرکائیو، کریکل، ٹویچ، دا اوپن ویڈیو پروجیکٹ، ٹیڈ ٹاکس جیسے کتنے ہی ایپس کی خدمات حاصل کی جا سکتی ہیں. ادھر ہم سوچ رہے تھے کہ یہ جن بھی کتنا معصوم ہے، صرف اتنا جانتا ہے کہ اساتذہ اور طلبہ کو مٹیریل کیسے فراہم کیا جائے. اب بیچارے کو کون بتائے کہ محض مواد کی فراہمی سے تعلیم اور درس و تدریس کا سلسلہ مکمل نہیں ہوتا، اور تعلیم و تعلم کے عمل میں اساتذہ اور طلبہ کے درمیان بالمشافہ روبرو یعنی فیس ٹو فیس کمیونیکیشن نہایت ضروری ہوتی ہے. ہمارے ذہن میں جاری ان سوالوں کو بھاپتے ہوئے جن نے زوم، ویب ایکس میٹنگ، گوگل ہینگ آؤٹ، جوائن می، بلیو جنس، ٹیم ویور، ایڈول کنیکٹ اور گو ٹو میٹنگ پر روشنی ڈالی. ہم نے بات کو کاٹتے ہوئے کہا کہ بعض ایپس کے نام ہی میں لفظ میٹنگ شامل ہے، اور یہ بات اس جانب واضح اشارہ ہے کہ یہ بنیادی طور پر آن لائن میٹنگ منعقد کرنے کے ایپس ہیں. چلیے اپنے ایچ او ڈیز اور ڈینس اپنے اسٹاف کی میٹنگ منعقد کر لیں گے. تعلیمی منصوبہ بندی یعنی پلاننگ ہو جائے گی, جائزے کے کام ہو جائیں گے, لیکن کلاس میں کم از کم بورڈ, ہماری اس تشویش پر جن نے بتایا کہ ان ایپس میں بورڈ اور وائٹ بورڈ کے علاوہ بھی بہت ساری سہولتیں ہیں, پی پی ٹیز, چارٹس, ماڈلز, یہاں تک کہ ویڈیو وغیرہ کے استعمال کے لیے اینوٹیشن ٹول کے ذریعے سہولت حاصل کی جا سکتی ہے. اس نے مزید بتایا کہ پریزنٹیشن کے دوران چیٹ کا آپشن بھی دستیاب ہوتا ہے, جس کے ذریعے طلبہ اپنے استاد کے فلو کو روکے بغیر اپنا سوال پیش کر سکتے ہیں, مشورہ دے سکتے ہیں اور اپنی رائے کا اظہار کر سکتے ہیں. خود استاد بھی طلبہ کو کسی ایشو پر رائے دہی کی دعوت دے سکتا ہے, یہاں تک کہ طلبہ آپس میں بھی چیٹ کر سکتے ہیں. حسب ضرورت گروپ ایکٹیویٹیز کے انعقاد کے لیے کلاس کو چھوٹے چھوٹے گروپس میں تقسیم کیا جا سکتا ہے. ایک دلچسپ خصوصیت یہ بھی ہے کہ سائنس کے پریکٹیکلز بھی کرائے جا سکتے ہیں. جن نے یہ بھی بتایا کہ استاد ان کے ذریعے کلاس ٹیسٹ اور امتحانات کا انعقاد بھی کر سکتا ہے. یہی ایپس ماہرین کے لیکچرز اور سیمینارز, کانفرنسز اور ورکشاپ وغیرہ کے انعقاد کے لیے بھی آسانی سے استعمال کیے جا سکتے ہیں. بس یہ سرگرمیاں آف لائن کی بجائے آن لائن موڈ میں منعقد ہوتی ہیں, اسی لیے انہیں ویب لیکچرز, ویبینار اور ویب کانفرنس وغیرہ کے نام دیے جاتے ہیں, جو مقامی سطح سے لے کر ریاستی, قومی اور بین الاقوامی سطح تک بڑی آسانی کے ساتھ اور انتہائی کم اخراجات میں منعقد کیے جاتے ہیں. ہمارے ایک سوال کے جواب میں جن نے بتایا کہ بہت سارے آن لائن ایجوکیشنل ریسورسز بھی فریلی دستیاب ہیں, جن سے لوگ اپنی ضرورت, پسند اور سہولت کے وقت اور اپنی رفتار سے استفادہ کر سکتے ہیں. ان ریسورسز میں سب سے پہلے تو بہت ساری ویب سائٹس ہیں. طلبہ کے لیے بہترین سمجھے جانے والی ویب سائٹس میں انڈیا ایجوکیشن نیٹ, خان اکیڈمی, کورس ایرا, ایڈیکس آرگنائزیشن, W3 اسکول, اکیڈمک ارتھ, میرٹ نیشن, کوڈ اکیڈمی, اوپن ELA کورسز وغیرہ شامل ہیں. خواہش مند لوگ طلباء کے لیے مفید ویب سائٹس کی فہرست علیحدہ سے بھی سرچ کر سکتے ہیں. اساتذہ اپنے لیے مفید مطلب ویب سائٹس کی فہرست دیکھ کر اس کی طوالت سے حیران رہ جاتے ہیں. تعلیمی ویب سائٹس کی تلاش بلحاظ مضمون بھی کی جا سکتی ہے. ویب سائٹ پر کسی موضوع یا مضمون سے متعلق تمام متعلقہ ویب پیجز آپ کو بیک وقت مل جاتے ہیں. اتنا مواد مل جاتا ہے کہ تلاش کرنے والا خوشی سے جھوم اٹھتا ہے. ہاں یہ ضرور ہے کہ اسے اپنے لیے درکار مناسب ترین مواد کے حصول کے لیے انتخاب در انتخاب کا طریقہ کار اپنانا ہوتا ہے. بقول پنڈت دتاتریہ کیفی, بے کوشش و بے جہد ثمر کس کو ملا ہے, بے کوشش و بے جہد ثمر کس کو ملا ہے, بے غوطہ زنی گنج گوہر کس کو ملا ہے, بے خاک کے چھانے ہوئے زر کس کو ملا ہے, بے کاوش جاں علم و ہنر کس کو ملا ہے. ویب سائٹ پر آپ کو تحریری مواد کے علاوہ متعلقہ موضوع پر تصاویر, آوازیں, ویڈیوز اور اینیمیشن غرض ساری چیزیں مل جاتی ہیں. آن لائن ریسورسز میں ویب سائٹس کے بعد ایک اہم ریسورس بلاگ ہے. بلاگ بھی معلوماتی ویب سائٹس ہیں جو اپنی نوعیت کے اعتبار سے غیر رسمی اور ڈائری کے انداز میں مرتب ہوتی ہیں. بلاگ کی ترتیب عموماً تاریخی ترتیب کے برعکس ہوتی ہے. انہیں سب سے آخر میں پوسٹ کیا ہوا مواد سب سے پہلے مل جاتا ہے. یوں تو تعلیم و تعلم سے متعلق بے شمار بلاگس موجود ہیں. آپ چاہیں تو اپنی تلاش کا آغاز ان بلاگس سے کر سکتے ہیں. KQED مائنڈ شفٹ, ٹیک تھاٹ K2.0 ایجوکیشن بلاگ, e-learning industry online education block, We Are Teachers educators block, Free Teach for Teachers educational block, Trending in Education, Teachers Pay Teachers, Inside Higher Education block, Teacher Network Guardian Education block, Discovery Education डिजिटल एजुकेशन ब्लॉक। जिस तरह किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पर मुख्तलिफ लोग जमा होकर अपनी बात पेश करते हैं, उसी तरह ऑनलाइन रिसोर्सेस में प्लेटफॉर्म मुख्तलिफ टेक्नोलॉजी का एक ग्रुप है जो बुनियादी किरदार अदा करते हुए मुख्तलिफ एप्लीकेशंस, प्रोसेसेस और टेक्नोलॉजी को डेवलप करता है। ऐसे ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स जो बतौर ख़ास तालीम से वाबस्ता अफराद के लिए इंतहाई मुफीद हैं, इस तरह है। शगुन ऑनलाइन जंक्शन, इसके तहत 3 ज़ैली प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, NREOE, दीक्षा, ई पाठशाला। दूसरा है स्वयं प्रभा, नेशनल एकेडमिक डिपॉजिटरी, नेशनल डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी ऑफ इंडिया, वर्चुअल लैब्स। इसके अलावा उडेमी, स्किल शेयर, लिंडा कॉम, उदयसिटी कॉम, कोर्स एरा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एडेक्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, फ्यूचर लर्न कॉम जैसे मालूमाती और बेहद मुफीद प्लेटफॉर्म से फ़ायदा हासिल किया जा सकता है। प्लेटफॉर्म की तरह पोर्टल भी एक अहम रिसोर्स है। ये ऐसी वेबसाइट होती है जिसके ज़रिए आप दीगर साइट्स या लिंक्स तक रसाई हासिल कर सकते हैं। अगर आप सिर्फ वीडियो की शक्ल में इस्तेफादा चाहते हैं तो बहुत सारे यूट्यूब चैनल्स तालीमी मकासद के लिए वक्फ हैं। इनमें एजुकेटोपिया, लाइफ स्किलर, फ्राइट टेक्नोलॉजी, कॉमन सेंस एजुकेशन, गूगल फॉर एजुकेशन, टीचर कास्ट, BBC टीच, मिस्टर मैट्रा वगैरह ने नुमाया मकाम हासिल किया है। कौमी सतह पर एजुकेट, अरविंद गुप्ता, ट्यूटर विस्टा, उदय एकेडमी, मेरिट नेशन और भी बहुत सारे चैनल्स भी काबिल ज़िक्र हैं। यहाँ एक अहम सवाल ये पैदा होता है कि इन रिसोर्सेस से इस्तिफादे के लिए क्या ख्वाहिशमंद के पास कंप्यूटर लैपटॉप का होना जरूरी है?
हेलो
जी, एंड्रॉइड फोन ने इस मसले को भी बड़ी हद तक हल कर दिया है। अब बहुत सारे ऐप्स मौजूद हैं जिनके जरिए आप बड़ी आसानी के साथ अपनी इल्मी सरगर्मियों को बहुस्न खूबी अंजाम दे सकते हैं। तालीमी मैदान में कारकर्द अफराद के लिए तैयार करदा चंद मारूफ ऐप्स जिन्हें मोबाइल पर इंस्टॉल करके अपने तालीमी उमूर को जारी रखा जा सकता है, इस तरह है: गूगल क्लासरूम, खान एकेडमी, ड्यूओलिंगो, रिमाइंड, फोटोमैथ्स, सोलो लर्न, क्विजलेट, कहूत और उडेमी। इनके साथ साथ मेरिट नेशन, विकिपीडिया, अनफोल्ड, टेड और माई CBSE गाइड जैसे ऐप्स भी बड़े पैमाने पर इस्तेमाल किए जा रहे हैं, जिनकी ज़बान से इतनी आलिमाना और मुफीद बातें सुनकर बस एक ख्याल हमें सताने लगा कि इस ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन में उस पर्सनल टच और रैपो का क्या होगा जो कमरे जमात में उस्ताद रास्त अपने तलबा से पैदा करता है। क्या मुख्तलिफ ऑनलाइन तदाबीर के ज़रिए इस कमी को दूर किया जा सकता है? हाँ, बड़ी हद तक, लेकिन मुकम्मल तौर पर नहीं। इसीलिए जिन ने बताया कि लॉकडाउन के इस वक्फे में चाहे हम ऑनलाइन सिस्टम का भरपूर इस्तेमाल करें और इसे एक मौसर मुतबादिल समझें, लेकिन इसके बाद ये क्लासरूम तदरीस के साथ एक बेहतरीन सपोर्ट सिस्टम का किरदार अदा कर सकता है और हम इंतहाई कम वक्त में बहुत ज़्यादा और मौसर काम कर सकते हैं। हमें ये बताते हुए खुशी महसूस हो रही है कि लॉकडाउन के इस पीरियड में किसी जिन के करिश्मे के तौर पर नहीं, बल्कि एक ठोस हकीकत के बतौर कारकर्द है, ऑनलाइन सिस्टम कारकर्द है और मुल्क के तूल व अर्ज में تعلیم برادری اس کا بہت خوبصورت استعمال کر رہی ہے. معنوں میں اس تجربے کو بہت خوبصورتی کے ساتھ انجام دیا جا رہا ہے، یہاں تک کہ تکنیکی طور پر غیر مانوس یا کم مانوس اساتذہ اور طلباء کو اس سسٹم سے واقف کروانے اور اس کے تجربات سے دوچار کروانے کی غرض سے ویبینارز، ویب کانفرنسز اور آن لائن ورکشاپ کا بڑے پیمانے پر انعقاد عمل میں آ رہا ہے. ہماری دعا ہے کہ ہمارے ملک کا ہر بچہ اور ہر استاد اس سسٹم کے مؤثر استعمال سے واقف ہو اور انٹرنیٹ اور درکار انفراسٹرکچر سہولتوں میں اس قدر اضافہ ہو کہ سارا ملک پڑھے اور سارا ملک آگے بڑھے، یہاں تک کہ ہم ایک ترقی یافتہ ملک کے طور پر قائدانہ حیثیت سے ساری دنیا کو محبت و امن اور ترقی کے اپنے فلسفے سے مؤثر طور پر روشناس کرا سکیں. عروج آدم خاکی سے انجم سہمے جاتے ہیں، عروج آدم خاکی سے انجم سہمے جاتے ہیں کہ یہ ٹوٹا ہوا تارا مہ کامل نہ بن جائے.
بہت شکریہ.
تو آن لائن ایجوکیشن کے مختلف فیچرز میں نے آپ کے سامنے رکھنے کی کوشش کی. ہم اور آپ اچھی طریقے سے جانتے ہیں کہ وی ہیو دا کنسپٹ آف فارمل ایجوکیشن، انفارمل ایجوکیشن اینڈ آلسو دیٹ آف نان فارمل ایجوکیشن انکلوڈنگ ڈسٹینس ایجوکیشن. فارمل ایجوکیشن اسکول، کالج، یونیورسٹی ہم اچھی طریقے سے واقف ہیں. انفارمل ایجوکیشن جو ہم اپنی نیچرل سیٹنگ میں سیکھتے ہیں، ہم اپنی زندگی گزارتے ہوئے، زندگی کو جیتے ہوئے جو سیکھتے ہیں، وہ انفارمل ایجوکیشن کا سسٹم ہے. اور ان دونوں کے بیچ فارمل ایجوکیشن کی ریجیڈیٹیز کو کم کرتے ہوئے اور انفارمل ایجوکیشن کی انفارملٹی کو کم کرتے ہوئے، انفارمل سسٹم کی کو کم کرتے ہوئے ہم ایک نان فارمل سسٹم ہم نے بہت اچھی طریقے سے انٹروڈیوس کر رکھا ہے. اب وہ ڈسٹینس کے فارم میں موجود تھا. ڈسٹینس ایجوکیشن اب اگر پینڈیمک کے پہلے کی بات کریں تو کہیں نہ کہیں جا کر لوگ اس کو تھوڑا سا انفیریئر سمجھتے تھے، لیکن ڈیورنگ پینڈیمک یہ ڈسٹینس ایجوکیشن اور آن لائن ایجوکیشن اس وقت بہت ہی فوکس میں ہے. ایک طریقے سے دیکھا جائے تو مین اسٹریم ایجوکیشن کا روپ اختیار کر چکا ہے. اب اس کے جو ایڈوانٹیجز ہیں، وی نو ویری ویل that distance doesn't matter. It saves time, energy and expenses on transportation, etc., etc. It's operational for 24/7. آپ جب چاہیں آن لائن سسٹم آپ کے لیے حاضر ہے. آپ چاہیں تو اپنی کلاس کا انعقاد دن میں کریں، آپ چاہیں تو شام میں کریں. طلبہ اور اساتذہ کو جس میں سہولت ہو اس طریقے سے اس کا استعمال کیا جا سکتا ہے. اس میں ویڈیوز تو ہوتے ہی، ٹیچر اگر چاہے تو اپنا لائیو لیکچر پیش کرے، کوئی اور ویڈیو استعمال کرے، لیکن اسی کے ساتھ ساتھ ریٹن میٹر ٹو ریڈ، ورک شیٹس، سیلف اسسمنٹ، آبجیکٹیو فیڈ بیک. ایک خاص بات یہ ہے کہ بچے بہت آبجیکٹیولی اپنا فیڈ بیک دے سکتے ہیں کیونکہ ٹیچر وہاں پر سامنے موجود نہیں ہے، وہ آن لائن اویلیبل ہے. پھر افیکٹو سسٹم آف اسسمنٹ اینڈ ایویلویشن، ہم اس کے ذریعے سے بہت اچھی طریقے سے طلباء کا اسسمنٹ بھی کر پاتے ہیں. اب ظاہر ہے کہ ہر سسٹم کے جہاں ایڈوانٹیجز ہوتے ہیں وہاں پر چند ایک ڈس ایڈوانٹیجز بھی ہوتے ہیں، جیسے لیک آف ڈائریکٹ ریپو among the teachers and the students. یہ سب سے بڑا ڈس ایڈوانٹیج اس آن لائن سسٹم کا ہے. دوسری بات یہ کہ it's a big challenge how to hold the students' attention, how to keep their attention arrested for such a long duration. پھر لرنرس جو آپس میں بھی کلاس روم میں انٹریکشن کرتے ہیں تو ان کے لیے یہاں پر مواقع ذرا لمیٹڈ ہو جاتے ہیں. لیک آف پلیزنٹ ایجوکیشنل انوائرمنٹ، جو اسکول میں، کالج میں، یونیورسٹی میں ایک پلیزنٹ ایجوکیشنل انوائرمنٹ قائم ہوتا ہے، وہ کہیں نہ کہیں جا کر کھو جاتا ہے. استاد اپنے انوائرمنٹ میں ہے، طلبہ اپنے اپنے گھروں کے انوائرمنٹ میں ہیں اور آن لائن کنیکٹڈ ہیں، تو تھوڑی دیر کے لیے ایک دوسرے سے کنیکٹ ہو جا رہے ہیں، لیکن پورا جو انوائرمنٹ بننا چاہیے شاید وہ ویسا نہیں بن پاتا ہے جیسا کہ بننا چاہیے. پھر بہت سارے ٹیکنالوجیکل چیلنجز بھی ہیں جن کا تذکرہ کرنا بہت ضروری نہیں ہے، اس لیے کہ ہمارے ساتھ جو لوگ جڑے ہوئے ہیں ماشاءاللہ سے بہت سمجھدار ہیں، بہت آسانی کے ساتھ سمجھ سکتے ہیں کہ ٹیکنالوجی کون کون سے چیلنجز ہم کو پوز کر رہی ہے. اب یہ جو ایکسپیرینس ہے this experience of online teaching, learning during the pandemic, it has taught us certain important things. Number one, there is no substitute for teachers. Teachers का कोई substitute हो ही नहीं सकता. आप कितने ही वीडियोस इस्तेमाल कर लें, कितने ही प्रोग्राम्स इस्तेमाल कर लें, लेकिन टीचर की ज़रूरत हमेशा से रही है, आज भी है और कल भी रहेगी. उसका कोई सब्स्टिट्यूट नहीं हो सकता है. लेकिन मुस्तकबिल में सिर्फ फेस टू फेस लर्निंग पर शायद एम्फेसिस हम नहीं कर पाएंगे, बल्कि उसकी इफिशिएंसी को बढ़ाने के लिए वी शुड गो फॉर अ ब्लेंड ऑफ फेस टू फेस, ऑनलाइन एंड डिस्टेंस एजुकेशन. इसलिए कि फेस टू फेस लर्निंग पर जोर देने के बावजूद भी उसकी अपनी इफिशिएंसी को बढ़ाने के लिए जो ऑनलाइन रिसोर्सेस हैं और जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स अवेलेबल हैं उनका इस्तेफादा किया जाए तो हम शायद अपनी इफिशिएंसी को और बढ़ा पाएंगे. और सही माना में अगर देखा जाए, द ग्लोबलाइजेशन इन एजुकेशन एंड द ग्लोबलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन, ये जो ड्रीम था, नाउ दैट ड्रीम हैज रियली कम ट्रू. और जो सबसे अहम जरूरत है वो ये है कि टीचर्स ने फॉर्मल क्लासेस का इनेकाद ऑनलाइन मोड से करना तो सीख लिया है, लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे टीचर्स ऐसे हैं मेरे जैसे कि जो बहुत टेक्नो फ्रेंडली नहीं हैं और शायद जिनको मुस्तकिलन अपने आप को अपडेट करते रहना पड़ेगा, तभी जाकर हम ये जो ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन सिस्टम है आया है, इमर्ज हो रहा है, इसकी तमाम नज़ाकतों को समझते हुए इसका इफेक्टिवली इस्तेमाल कर सकेंगे. ये चंद एक बातें थी जो मैं आई वांटेड टू शेयर विथ यू ऑल. आई एम श्योर दैट आई हैव नॉट शेयर्ड एनीथिंग न्यू, बट ओनली थिंग इज कि चंद एक सवालात मैं आपके सामने छोड़े जा रहा हूँ. उनमें से सबसे अहम बात यह है कि जो चीज़ हो चुकी है, जो चीज़ वजूद में आ चुकी है, बल्कि बहुत ज़्यादा परवान चढ़ चुकी है, अब उसको रिवर्स तो नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उस जिन को कैसे इस्तेमाल किया जाए उसके लिए हम अपने आप को तैयार कर सकते हैं. वी इन मौलाना आज़ाद नेशनल उर्दू यूनिवर्सिटी वी आर ट्राइंग आवर लेवल बेस्ट टू कोप अप विद द सिचुएशन. हमारे टीचर्स जिनमें असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर्स, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर्स, यहाँ तक के सीनियर प्रोफेसर सब लोग शामिल हैं. हम इस चीज़ को सीखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, इस चीज़ को इम्प्लीमेंट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. और मैं तहदीस नेमत के तौर पर अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र अदा करते हुए ये बात आपके सामने रख रहा हूँ कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स का बड़ा सपोर्ट हमको मिल रहा है और लैंग्वेज उर्दू जो है इस सिलसिले में कोई रुकावट साबित नहीं हो रही है, बल्कि हम उर्दू और इंग्लिश दोनों के हसीन इम्तिजाज के ज़रिए से अपने तलबा की बेहतर खिदमत कर पा रहे हैं और तलबा का बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट हमको मिल रहा है. इन्हीं चंद कलमात के साथ मैं यहाँ अपनी बात को रोकता हूँ. मैं आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ. थैंक यू सो मच. जज़ाकुमुल्लाह.
आपका बहुत शुक्रिया सिद्दीकी साहब. इस बात की सदाकत तो हमको कई जगह से मिली कि बहुत ही सीमलेस अंदाज से आपने यूनिवर्सिटी को ऑफलाइन से ऑनलाइन मोड पे मुंतकिल किया. कई लोगों ने इस बात की तस्दीक की है और ये बड़ा अहम प्रॉब्लम था जो आप लोगों ने इतनी आसानी से ट्रांजिशन किया. हम जैसे लोग बड़े परेशान थे कि हमारे टीचर किस तरह से अचानक एक रातों रात they will move from a traditional conventional mode of teaching to this completely new method. And I must take hats off to my colleagues at Manu and to the various educationists and teachers who are on this platform today, that I think you all did something that was miraculous, which is to completely change over from one form to the other without having great resources, without having the time to do so, without having the bandwidth to do so. I know several of you have held your classes on smartphones, on your mobile phones, and it's such a difficult thing to do, but hats off. May I now introduce another very eminent social scientist, educationist, author, and a very dear friend, Professor Abdul Shaban. Professor Shaban teaches at the Tata Institute of Social Science among a host of universities across the world, where he is considered among the topmost experts on the various aspects of India's development story. He's done enormous work on education. Unfortunately, he's very busy today. And you know, most of us are busy for the same reason, that we have somebody to tend after. But Shaban has some very close relative or friend that he has to go in. And Shaban, in that context, I'm really thankful to you for having agreed to come and share your thoughts. They were very important for us, because the Tata Institute of Social Science and you particularly had a tough job. You run an institution that is so much dependent on the teacher-student contact, on you know, ground level work, on case studies, on people going out in villages. And for you to have transformed so quickly into a fabulous institution yet again in a new avatar is something that we would really like to learn from. So thank you very much, Shaban. We don't want to keep you for too long, but we would really like to hear from you. Please, over to you now.
Thank you, Amir Bhai, for this generous introduction. It's really a pleasure. Good afternoon to all of you. Some merits of the learning through the online mode has already been told to all of you. I will be taking a stock of the situation in the higher education. And that is what I want to do. And I have to be critical on some respect in terms of our preparedness, that where we were, actually where we ended up. It is not that actually that things were not modernized in the rest of the world, but where were Indian universities at that moment in time when we met this kind of disaster? So this is a kind of situation where I am bringing the talk which actually I thought to give COVID and higher education compromised quality of online delivery of courses. So I'm not afraid of to say that my own experience, my colleagues' experience, and even in IIT Bombay, I interacted with Mumbai University, with IGIDR, with the Pune University, with Calcutta University. I must say that, and something which is emerging, I will try to present before you and try to see that what the situation is coming. But let us put me formally the difficult thing, whether the cyberspace which is developing and turning in a boon to all of us, cyberspace can replace the human geographic space. That is actually kind of question we are asking, because if the education is important, can it really replace it? And second thing I'm coming that, and most of the economic geographer and economist will tell you that the cyberspace, the death of geography has not taken place. It can never replace the proximity which is actually offered by geographies or actually the personal spaces which you develop. Second thing is learning only confined to the academic understanding of the text 2+2, or actually it is much more than that. And when actually universities operate in the normal setup, what happens? I'm not actually arguing that it was really a kind of difficult situation we had actually landed up, but was there better way to arrange it? Was there actually earlier time for us to modernize the system and come to this kind of setup? Second, what actually kind of education is affected? So something which actually I must say in the beginning, conclusion I am bringing first, primary education and middle level of education where the children are not able to operate technology, they are affected the most. Second, higher education affected the most. And then you have higher secondary and colleges, which actually only in the teaching mode, the 2+2 = 4, they go on that kind of thing. Maybe that actually the maturity at this teenage age and some accessibility, they have been able to manage it. So what actually happened in that kind of situation, that we have drastically changed teacher-student relations, what actually we see and what we observe, what we experience. And what actually happened in this kind of process, that higher education system in India stands exposed, what I feel. I mean, if you can compare with the rest of the world and compare with that, we are actually exposed. Like in the health sector, we are exposed, but nobody talks about, because health consequences, what actually bearing is actually prime consequences. And no, we are not talking that compromised learning process. And only few institutions in this country have been able to really cope up with. And I think that one of the few education institutions, I call that TISS is one which actually trying to do, but we have compromised. I must say that experiential learning, what you talked about, close kind of proximity with the students, where the students learn that how to overcome the gender boundary, overcome the caste boundary, overcome the multicultural religious boundaries. And when you are in a campus, you learn a lot. So education for me and for us mean more than that, than actually what comes through the textbook. So that is where actually we look into that. And many ways is to universities, what they have done, they have reduced the standard and then actually enabling students. That's what actually has happened. We are coping. I mean, there's no option. But what we have done, given our kind of infrastructure and the overall country's development. So universities fell in online mode. What was the cause of this problem? I mean, if you look at the causes of this problem, it was both caused by the supply side as well as demand side. Where I take the supply side, I take universities, teachers, government. These supply side basically were crumbling. And second kind of thing, demand side, where the students' affordability to technology and society at large general development and availability of internet and other things that also hit us actually in many ways. And as I said, it is not any kind of formal kind of study, but it is, I mean, based on multiple kind of actually interaction with the students and also based on the experiences of the teacher, where actually I'm trying to present before you. So the first cause, which actually I feel became very important, the lack of IT infrastructure development in all departments, universities. So few universities, I said, they cope up with some kind of compromise. Maybe we were delivering at 100%, we brought it down to 60%, and still we say we succeeded. And given the situation, and given the kind of level of development we are in, I mean, we succeeded, but we are not satisfied. Given why? Because there was a lack of computing facilities available in various departments. That is still actually in many universities. Go to state universities and you see what is happening. Emphasis on the desktop by the computer purchases, mostly bought the desktop, not the laptop. And the teachers were struggling where to hold the web camera. In many universities, that was state universities suffering from. Lack of adequate bandwidth and reliable internet. Even we had difficulty. That what actually the supply side in the universities we had, and lack of reliable supporting infrastructure like electricity will disappear anytime in between. And you have private room, hardly. And that actually emerging. And the lack of electronic library, I mean, you can learn from the Google, you can learn from that, but academic research and thinking it require certain kind of specialized literature, which were not actually accessible because we don't have even InflipNet publicly available, but what we have through the proxy server, and not all universities are providing the proxy server and access. That actually kind of thing was happening. So the teachers was not able to even get and upload material on the internet. That was actually kind of situation. Second, lack of adequate training of professors to deal with the content online. That was actually another trouble. The lack of ability in majority of the teacher to deal with the content online because they were not trained enough. And lack of adequate reading material, that was actually coming because you are, many of them in the state universities and other universities, central universities have only niche areas, but majority of them in this country are the state university, local education institutions. And they were suffering from because of the lack of reading material in electronic form. And then you have online evaluation of answer script. Still, we have teachers who are asking for the print and give me, then I will evaluate. That kind of, because we want effective evaluations. And operating camera in a professional way. You are showing something else, talking somewhere else. All actually things were going on in the classrooms, I mean, in some classes. And hesitation to speak online. I mean, that was difficulty that recorded. Nobody was ready. I know in few departments in Mumbai University, people were not ready to record online video and give it on the YouTube because they were not confident enough that what they will speak will not be politically misinterpreted or reinterpreted. So still that was difficulty in social sciences. But the question is, have teachers not attempted to upgrade themselves? Surely they have done. But I say that only on an average 20 to 30% they have succeeded in effectively learning and kind of delivering. Then there is a lack of infrastructure at home of the teachers. That all over that actually, if you look at the many European universities, they provided support to the teachers to buy the computers, laptops, internet. But Indian teachers were left And the government and universities thought that they are already having everything. And where in Mumbai, the people were not having 2 rooms to sit down, and they were teaching from everywhere. In between somebody was coming, they will put the videos off. That was actually going on, and actually it compromised many ways that direct interaction. The same was happening to the, I must say, to the students also. So have teacher not attempted to put the infrastructure in place? They have attempted, but it is very uneven, what I say, that is happening. But the coming to the demand side, students related issues, which actually I directly, found, teaching about 10 credit courses this semester. It was really horrible situation sometimes where all the students will put only the camera off, and I will be talking to my laptop. That was the situation in Tata Institute, a premier institution. And this does not mean interaction. It is only we don't know where the students were while they're putting the whole thing. In between, we will keep on asking, you reply, you respond, you answer, but in between, we don't know where they were. And most of them, second most important thing was that you do not, they were mostly often on the, 70% of them were on the mobile phone. That means they were not having most of them laptops. And how they will write an assignment and give it into mobile phone. That is actually kind of compromised actually learning, and that relates to the overall development of the country or actually enabling environment in the universities. So reliable internet, lack of private room for them, camera off tradition did not make interaction possible, and that led to the uneven actually learning process. Some of them are putting on, some of them are putting off, and that actually perhaps led to also the learning and evaluation of the students shows that who were more interacting on the online platform, they were better off, but those who were putting off and those who were not able to access through the laptop and actually read and write from that, they were actually troubled. Then what happened? The third thing very important, demand for relaxations. In universities, this several demand in all the universities are suffering from that. That relax it. Sir, it's a difficult situation. I know difficult situation. But we are talking about the 100% effectiveness to the kind of situation. So you have this kind of demand where the content related, that you reduce the content, less rigor, that actually you put class, related, less hour devoted to direct contact, and indirect learning could not be monitored. That actually another trouble. Third, exam related. So you easing out questions and making with consideration. So you ease out the questions and give it to them. And third, fourth very important thing, ethical thing, the failing students became ethical problem for the teachers. That how really to, you keep on multi ways helping the students. Now I will come more critical question, role of government. I must say, like actually health sector, what the government was doing for all these years. The modernization of the universities, if India want to become a knowledge economy, this is not actually a good actually precedent what actually we have seen. I'm critical. We have done well in many ways, but it is not sufficient. The government need to really look into this, but I don't think any committee and commission appointed to look into the what functioning the universities have done. They have their own performance indicator. They are doing everything, but there is a responsibility on the government that like health sector do not allow education sector to fail. Here nobody is dying, but people remaining ignorant will create trouble in the long run. So responsibility was left on the universities. Universities stretched themselves to the level where they could stretch. Whatsoever they could manage, they managed. And teachers were expected to create their own studios where they will talk. And some of them will try to do. No assistance for infrastructure development for teachers came in. In fact, many other things came up. I don't want to talk on that, but this is actually a major thing, and lack of adequate funding and enabling mechanism to create electronic content and libraries basically could not manage. And we cannot manage higher education with the Google Scholar. We cannot manage with the Wikipedia. These are the free things, and a few open access does not make higher education a Bible through the internet, and there is no death of geography, what I say. So government need to really do enormous thing to this. What actually this compromise mean? This compromise, very quickly I will go because of the lack of time, it is may further the class divide. Simply, it may further the class divide. The poor may remain poor, the rich may get richer. And I know how many people are dropping out. We know in Mumbai and other where even the Muslim, in the primary education, they're dropping out. In the higher education, in the colleges, they're not coming sometimes. And gender divide, it is furthering, where the women were not accessing the technology, a smartphone, that actually divide is furthering. Third, caste divide may further, because the kind of thing we tried in the university campuses to create are through the effective learning, that actually not, so development divide actually is widening, or actually may wide, because your employability will be affected through the higher education. If you are not getting properly educated, that may also compromise the convergence of divergent groups. So the convergence of divergent group as actually as a social aim in India through the higher education or education sector, we may not realize through the online platform. What actually we needed to build this platform effectively. I know there was no alternative. It can only be a secondary. In the blended mode, only it comes 10%, 20%, not actually replace the direct contact. But we needed to really make it sure that in the emergency we can use. I think the government will take cognizance of it. It will not allow to fail like what actually health sector we have seen. I'm sure that teachers will also respond to the government that please modernize the education sector and universities in order to really cope up with, and few thousand crores rupees we need to be given to the universities and particularly state universities. So thank you very much, Amir Bhai, for this time, and I tried my best to present within the time.
Wonderful, Shaban, excellent. As always, you combined both the experiential learning that you had and your understanding of how Indian society and Indian education system works. And it's really admirable the way you were able to put forth the various problems that we face both from the supply and the demand side. And we found a government that was wanting on several levels. We've already criticized it enough, and we'll continue to on the mess on the healthcare and the vaccine strategy front. But we also see that on education, there has been a clear abdication of responsibility there too, and that is of a very serious nature. May I now move to someone who I have learned a lot from in the education sector, MEETA SENGUPTA, who has been working on education for several years now, is considered to be our foremost education specialist. Had a lot of work to do during the writing of the new education policy and explaining it to people like us. She's been somebody who has worked on this issue at great length and has tremendous insight at all levels, particularly focusing on the school level. And she has seen how the pandemic has impacted the primary school level and the senior school level. So she very gallantly offered to talk about how we can mitigate some of these problems and how the huge learning losses that we see today can be handled to the best of our abilities. So thanks, MEETA. Thanks for joining us for this conference and for agreeing to share some of your absolutely awesome insights. We are all waiting to hear from you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amir, for this not daunting introduction at all. No expectations right here.
No pressure on you.
No pressure at all. Because as you spoke, I realized that the presentation that I have prepared has two aspects. It belongs both to the K-12 sector, but also to the higher education sector, where we commissioned some global research early, in fact, in March 2020. That speaks directly to the issues that Professor Shaban has highlighted. And also, I think his complaint that things should have been done much sooner is perfectly valid, because the concept of digital pedagogy is the concept of ICT for development has been discussed since 2010. 2013 is when I made my first presentation on blended learning to the ministry officials. 2013's presentation, I'm going to present the key slide of that over here today as well. And in the interest of time, I will try to talk very fast. So I will not repeat what the previous speakers have said. They have given some wonderful anecdotes, some wonderful stories, excellent experiential learning. So I'm going to be a little bit more at the systems level, if you don't mind, with your permission, slightly more technical than I normally am. And this is why, just a quick summary of what happened here. Here is a 2x2. On the left-hand side, you have the teacher and the student, and the public sector and the private sector. If you were in the public sector and you were a teacher during COVID, you were a government school principal, you were tenured as a professor, you were safe, your salary came. But if you belong to the private sector, especially the budget private sector, your school was not receiving any fees, and you as a teacher realized that sometimes you did not have a job at all. We have had stories of private sector teachers having to go and sell bananas on the street, sell vegetables on the street. So what is happening over here? Okay, suppose you're a student. If you were in the public sector, reverse situation happened during COVID. If you were a student and in the government sector, where was your school? Because you were on the other side of the digital divide, right? Your school doesn't necessarily have computers, doesn't necessarily have electricity if you're in the villages. The 24%, somebody said on the chat right now, only 24% of families had internet. What about the other 76%? You as a student in the public sector were the underserved. You suffered complete learning loss. If not complete, we will talk about the mitigating factors as well. On the other hand, if you were a rich student in a city, studying in a rich school, you were able to progress in the private sector. Why was that? And the question is about school capacity. The question is about the competence of our teachers. And I think Khair Saab, in his first presentation, in his first thing, when he said that COVID came as a teacher of teachers, was absolutely accurate, because COVID did not tell us anything that we did not know about the education system and its flaws. But COVID came like that band-aid on an injury. नासूर पे जो होता है ना, एक पट्टी होती है, वो एक जोर से थड़क करके निकालो. And then the injury is visible to everybody and it bleeds again. And this is the bleeding that we have seen again in the context of COVID. Now, this is a chaotic slide. It's a clock in the middle, so I'm going to read it clockwise over here. Why is it chaotic? Because it represents the chaos of the past 1.5 years, the chaos that our teachers have bravely, as frontline education soldiers, our teachers have bravely suffered. But what did COVID expose? What was this band-aid of sweet talk that we were holding on to our wounded education system? First, it exposed the lack of equity in our system. Some schools have electricity, other schools have fantastic internet equipment. Some schools don't even have laboratories. Some schools have a roof that leaks. A roof that leaks is not something that you can use in the monsoon. Right now, if you want to hold exams, class 12 exams, in a school that has a roof that leaks, you cannot do that in the middle of a pandemic, right? Secondly, it showed us that while we as teachers, the pedagogy that we were using was synchronous pedagogy, right? In fact, Khair Saab read out an essay to us. Now the question, Gustaki maaf karein agar yahan pe hai, the question that I thoroughly enjoyed the essay, I must say, I really enjoyed the storytelling. But the question that we want to know is teaching and learning simultaneous? The teacher teaches to the whole class, but the learning happens only by the one individual. So should you be doing lecture mode now? Or should you, should all students be given lectures? Should the same material be given to everybody in your shared time or in your own time? So far in the classroom, our teachers have been lecturing. Half the students listen, half the students don't listen. We don't know who's actually learning. We know about teaching, we know nothing about learning. We learned that teaching and learning is not replicable. The way you teach one student is not the way you can teach another student. All tuition teachers who teach individuals know this. All customized teachers know this. But somehow in our classrooms, we don't know this and we continue to teach 50, 100 students at a time. The mistakes have always been made. The mistakes are exposed now. Our teachers are often stagnant. Some teachers are incredibly evidence-based. Some teachers are innovators. But in general, broadly, our teachers have been repeating the same content year after year, year after year. अरे chapter 1 पढ़ाना है, chapter 6 पढ़ाना है, पिछले साल का निकाल लो, 6 सालों से हम यही पढ़ा रहे हैं. Now that is not a new flaw in the system. But now suddenly, when you have to present the same system in a new medium, and the parents are watching you from behind the child, and you're droning on and on in a manner that is of absolutely no value to the student, you are exposed. COVID has exposed this. COVID has exposed the fact that the education system is unkind to the teacher, is unkind to the student, is unkind to everybody in the system. Because we shout at students and we say, how can you not know that 2 into 2 is 4? Ratta maro, 2 into 2 is 4. Arey, bullying is not teaching. Top-down teaching is not teaching. But when the teacher is frustrated and stuck in an unkind system, unkindness perpetuates through the system. And we have seen COVID expose this unkindness. Our parents के सामने कैसे unkind करेंगे online? ये भी तो तकलीफ हो गई है हमें. Our schools operate on power hierarchies. Our institutions operate on power hierarchies. Power is seen as pedagogy. Power is not a pedagogical technique. Forget about a pedagogical technique. Power is not an administrative technique in the best organization design globally. Then why is hierarchy so critical over here in such a way that it has stunted access to emotion, to engagement in the classroom? Let us also acknowledge that learning is a social activity. I'm not talking about social and emotional learning, wo alag topic hai. But learning is a social activity. We remember when we learn in groups. We remember with peer learning. We have enough evidence. In fact, Peru and many other countries have adopted peer learning. फिर भी हमारी सारी टेस्टिंग इंडिविजुअल टेस्टिंग होती है. एक दूसरे से कॉपी मत करो, एक दूसरे से कुछ सीखो मत. अरे why would you not learn from your peers? Again, a fatal flaw in our fundamental system that has been exposed by COVID, because now you have to share learning. Learning leadership, I don't even need to talk about it. People have already put that in the comments earlier. We have also exposed the fact that your physical presence in a classroom is not compulsory. ये 100% attendance का जो हम ड्रामा करते हैं, it is not necessary at all. Some students, in fact, those with mental health issues, those with certain disabilities, those who need some extra hearing aids, some different visual aids to be able to increase the font size on the screen, all of them require special facilities. They do not have to physically be present in the classroom. That is also a kind of divide and equity issue. And COVID has somehow actually made learning better for those students who were very shy, who were bullied in class, who were beaten up by their classmates. They have actually been able to concentrate. The fact that presence is totally critical to education is another assumption that has been torn apart. And very quickly, exams versus assessments. What have we been examining for all along in schools especially? Just for certification or for actual competence? I mean, I don't even need to answer my own question. All of you know the truth of the situation. कि रट्टेबाजी से कितनी competence develop होती है. So the key gaps that COVID showed up, and this is something that we derived from in the early March, April 2020, when nobody knew what to do. All of us held webinars across different countries, saying, "आप अपने देश में क्या कर रहे हैं? आप इटली में क्या कर रहे हैं? आप USA में क्या कर रहे हैं? UK में क्या कर रहे हैं?" All school heads came together again and again. And this is what we learned. That one, school is in the business of community. So you need community managers. अभी तो हमारे teachers ने community management भी किया है, pedagogy भी किया है, technical support भी अपनी की है. But there is a duty of care. There is continuity that is expected of the school. School का एक emotional सहारा होता है students को. So continuity, community and care are actually the fundamental duties of a school and college that we did not prepare for. We do not have those positions in our administrative setup, in our organization setup. We had a crisis in learning. The teachers were not supported at all in that. There was no scaffolding for teachers. Shaban sir ne abhi yahi thodi der pehle hi bola hai. In terms of crisis learning, students didn't know how to log on. In fact, the first 15-20 days were, अरे इसका button कहाँ है, उसका switch कहाँ है, volume कैसे on करते हैं, can I hear you? अरे intermediation. Our schools had become, and this is a huge gap, just an intermediate to access the roll number of the exam. और क्या कर रहा था आपकी स्कूल? स्टूडेंट्स की टीचिंग आपकी हो रही थी ट्यूशंस में, आपकी एक्स्ट्रा क्लासेस होते हैं डांस के लिए, एक्स्ट्रा क्लासेस होते हैं स्पोर्ट्स के लिए, तो स्कूल कर क्या रहे थे ये वाले? most schools. So it is very easy to see the school itself as a gap. अगर आप उसका एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव फैसिलिटी निकाल लो, अगर हम डायरेक्टली रजिस्टर कर सकें सीबीएसई या बाकी बोर्ड के साथ, then what does the school actually give you, right? What the school gives you. So therefore, what is the purpose of the school? And of course, the core of digital pedagogy that we said, and that I quoted Professor Shaban also, saying that for the past 10 years, we should have been creating pedagogies that work online. And online pedagogies, we've taught 20,000, 30,000 teachers in batches of 100 over 3, 4, 5 months, all through 2020. In fact, that is all we were doing, many of us, saying, this is how you communicate online. You cannot go into lecture mode online. You cannot do a long session online. 15 minutes is zyada koi student aapki sunne nahi wala. If there is a lecture, then give it to them as a recording. If there is an essay to read, give it to them as a recording and make them do a test after that. You cannot create digital pedagogy suddenly. Suddenly you cannot ask teachers to change, but teachers try. How do we know this? We ran a massive global survey of about 400, 500 universities, and we asked them 6 questions. 2 questions about people, 2 questions about purpose, and 2 questions about process. About people, we asked, what was your experience of college? What support systems did you get as a professor? We learned that college students were looked after by many of the medium to rich colleges. People actually globally asked, aapke paas laptop hai, aapke paas internet connection hai, can you actually come online for our sessions? I have been supporting a Delhi college also with underprivileged students over there, and even they made sure that students somehow or the other had access to the internet. They changed their lesson timings, etc. Student support, student experience was adequate. Professors got no support. Professors should have had 2 types of support. Professor Shaban talked about the technical support. That is not enough. You need somebody who is an instructional designer who can tell you how to design your lecture for online learning. Somebody who understands both pedagogy and technology. And that is at the cusp of 2 things. That support was not available to professors. That support is beginning to be developed now. What about the purpose of the institution? Was teaching and learning continuity important? Was there any institutional governance, leadership, vice chancellor level continuity planning, reassurance given to students and professors? Teaching and learning delivery was important. It was proved. Continuity planning kisi ne nahi ki. Kisi ne bhi nahi ki thi usme. I mean, it was really sad because this is where leadership and governance has to show its role. But they were so caught up with immediately reacting. There was no way to create a thought through response, which is why it was all chaotic. In terms of process, we asked, did you have the technological capacity to be able to deliver? Most institutions did. Khair sir has listed so many things, jinns that he discovered. That technology capacity existed. Aapne sawal pucha to aapko 1000 jawab mile. Uske ki you can use this technology, you can use that technology, there is this available. Why was that available? Kyunki 10 सालों से इस पे काम हो रहा था, लेकिन किसी ने यूनिवर्सिटीज और स्कूल्स को बताया नहीं था कि ये हो रहा था. प्रोफेसर्स को तकलीफ नहीं उठाई उनको बताने की. Assessment delivery, surprisingly, exam continue हो जाए हमारे, चाहे एग्जाम के कुछ मायने हो ना हो, but every university globally focused, at least the ones we were able to survey at that time, focused completely on delivery of assessment, as if that is the main purpose of a university, which is very, very surprising for those of us who are truly passionate about the true value of education. But surprisingly, some good news also. One, we learned कि इतने सालों से हमने सुना था कि टीचर्स हमारे कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे, नहीं साहब हमसे नहीं हो पाएगा ये चेंज. अरे जब अपने अस्तित्व पे बन के आया, जब ये हुआ सिचुएशन कि या तो आप करेंगे डिलीवर या आपके स्कूल कॉलेज बंद हो जाएंगे and there will be no jobs anymore, everybody demonstrated agility. Everybody demonstrated adaptability. The amazing stories of teacher innovation that came out on how they replicated screens. They didn't have a blackboard. How did they do that? They wrote on their fridges. They pushed their camera in different locations. Amazing stories. We learned that digital is a democratic medium. So digital democracy आई. We learned to learn from our students. थोड़ी सी वो पावर स्ट्रक्चर का जो ड्रामा कर रहे थे इतने सालों से वो थोड़ा सा छूटने लगा because we learned that we are in a learning environment. Private scratch I am not putting on the screen. I don't know who is. Private sector schools of course did better. Again, Professor Shaban has said in other countries the transition costs were taken up by universities. In India, the transition cost was taken up largely by school teachers also, who had, चलो आपके पास घर में लैपटॉप है, इंटरनेट कनेक्शन है, चलो आप शुरू कर दो पढ़ाना. Whereas, of course, the richer schools did check, those who could afford it, they did pay for some teacher internet, etc. So the systemic response, as we have all agreed, has been slow. The good news, the NEP, the new education policy, surprisingly, and I will not spend much time talking about it right here, is actually ahead of the curve, even given the pandemic crisis. So in terms of a guide, in terms of governance, in terms of somebody to support us saying, how do we manage the future? We do have the new education policy to follow. However, I also want to put these caveats in place, क्योंकि गलती हमसे एक दो भारी हो रही हैं इस समय. We are crystallizing our mistakes. We are saying that just because we have been able to deliver a 40-minute lecture online and I have been able to speak to 40 blank screens, I am doing teaching and learning. Nobody is happy with this teaching and learning. This technique is not working well. We are not able to create the learning output. All we have is learning loss and learning lag. Learning loss and learning lag has been measured across summer holidays, across 10 to 20 years. That is not a new methodology. But the numbers for learning loss and learning lag are being tabulated now. So I'm not going to quote any numbers. But the fact remains that if we continue to try to replicate the physical space in the classroom, then we are making a big mistake. The classroom ki diwarein dheh chuki hain. What we have is this face-to-face right now. So what we have to do is not try to do an attendance sheet. Work practices हैं कि attendance बैठ के ले रहे हैं. अरे 20 मिनट attendance लेंगे, आपके student तो गायब हो ही जाएंगे ना. आपके student वहाँ क्यों टिकेंगे? Acha, what we also have in this time is a lot of edtech businesses. Now remember, edtech businesses are funded by VCs. VC इस समय vice chancellor नहीं है. VC आपके venture capitalist है. अब venture capitalist का काम है कि भैया हम business में आपके funds दे रहे हैं. Edutech वाले बंदे तो बहुत दिल से काम अपना बोलते हैं, हमारे ये education को improve करने का idea बहुत बढ़िया है. वो जाते हैं, प्लीज हमें थोड़े से पैसे दीजिए, हमें ये आइडिया डेवलप करना है ताकि हम स्कूल्स और कॉलेजेस में बहुत असर इम्पैक्टफुल एजुकेशन कर सकें. VCs बेचारों का काम है पैसा बनाना. So they have to, edtech people have to pivot their businesses to make it a business, right? That is the nature of it. किसी की कोई गलती नहीं है इसमें. But edtech now is creating a lot of problems over here. Nobody knows who, आपके student का data किसके पास जा रहा है. आपका as a professor data और recording किसके पास जा रही है. Who owns the IP on your lectures? Normally your college does, of course. Who owns the IP on your papers? That thankfully is a traditional method, but where? What is happening in terms of ये edtech वाले नए वाले आपके AI लेकर आ गए हैं. AI का मतलब क्या होता है कि आपके 10-15 डेटा पॉइंट से लेके वो आपके प्रोजेक्शन करेंगे कि आपका स्टूडेंट कौन सा लायक निकलेगा, कौन सा नालायक निकलेगा. इतने छोटे डेटा से ये होता नहीं है. So there's a lot of confusion that is being crystallized into methodology right now. But this is not methodology. इसको जुगाड़ तक ही कह सकते हैं, इसे hypothesis ही कह सकते हैं. In fact, blended or hybrid learning की जो हम कहानियां सुन रहे हैं अभी, let us remember that a theory of change from an NGO is a very good idea, but it is not education theory. It is something that is being tried and tested, but it has not become education theory yet. That is still part of Jugaad, that is still part of innovation. We must do research on it, but we cannot adopt it over there, which is why the trouble here is action research, which is what our teachers should be doing, and sharing of action research is totally missing. So what are the mitigating factors for all of this? I had promised mitigating factors in my abstract. There are 5 mitigating factors and I will just quickly name them. We can discuss them at another stage. One is we have to invent digital pedagogies. डिजिटल पेडागॉजी आपकी क्लासरूम पेडागॉजी नहीं है. जिस तरह से आपका रेडियो प्रेजेंटर आपका टीवी एंकर नहीं बन सकता, आपका प्रिंट जर्नलिस्ट होते हुए भी वो आपका टीवी एंकर टीवी जर्नलिस्ट नहीं है. दोनों के अलग स्किल सेट्स हैं. इसी तरह आपका क्लासरूम जो लेक्चरर हैं और आपके जो डिजिटल प्रोफेसर हैं वो दोनों बहुत अलग हैं. किंतु द गुड न्यूज हियर इज that in 2013 when I presented this to the government, saying you start with an ICT illiterate, you enable the teacher, you make them an integrator, you make them a digital citizen, and then they are competent to design education pedagogy. In all of these 7-8 years, nothing had happened on this ladder of change. But suddenly you look at this orange arrow over here. In the pandemic, within months, our teachers have managed to climb this ladder. And now we are ready to create digital pedagogy. I actually put this responsibility on teachers who have done good work in their classrooms to share all their good work so that we are able to agglomerate that, test that, and do proper research on that. So that the academic researchers are able to present proper validated digital pedagogies. 2, lifelong learning. हमने पट्टी और नासूर की बात की थी. ये लर्निंग लैग हुआ है हमारे अमीर स्कूलों में, लर्निंग लॉस हुआ है हमारे छोटे टाउन्स में, विलेजेस में, हमारे प्रिकैरिएट लोगों में. आज ही इनफैक्ट द न्यूज़ केम आउट दैट 20%, द बॉटम 20% ऑफ इंडियाज पॉपुलेशन, I will have to check this again, has lost 100% of their income. अब वो अपने बच्चों को स्कूल कहाँ भेजेंगे? बॉटम 20%, उनका तो लर्निंग लॉस हुआ ही है. Worse, when there is a learning loss in one class, जब आपको कुछ पहली क्लास में समझ नहीं आता और प्रोफेसर और लेक्चरर वही चीज दूसरी क्लास में उससे आगे बढ़ जाता है, you are compounding the learning loss. But this is not new. This has always consistently happened to लायक बच्चा नहीं है, clever बच्चा नहीं है. This has always happened. So the solutions for us that we are talking about right now within the CBSE, they have been talking about catch-up learning. Between the CBSE and higher education, they are talking about modular learning, so that wherever there is a gap in learning for the students, wherever learning loss has happened, they can pick up on that module and learn only that module in catch-up mode. The same thing can be done for exams. On-call learning, which is what we say that we do with Khan Academy, etc., but or with MOOCs, we have this learning on call. So these are 3 solid techniques established over the past decade that we shall be able to access. Modular learning, for example, Australian business schools have online courses that do this incredibly well. But the huge solution that we really have to work towards is lifelong learning. आपका 7 साल का गांव का बच्चा अगर अपनी अंग्रेजी नहीं सीख पाया उस टाइम पे, कोई बात नहीं, 22 साल की उम्र में भी सीख लेगा वो. और उसे अपॉर्चुनिटी तो दो, एक कॉलेज तो दो वहां पे जो कॉलेज खुला हुआ है. अरे कॉलेजेस बने पड़े हैं वहां पे. Every city has community colleges, has adult learning centers. आप adult learning center में जाएं, वहां पे हालत देखिए उनकी. This is where investment is required for all of us. Suppose I am a teacher of French. I want to start a French teaching business. I should be able to pick up a business degree in my local community college in my adult learning center. Suppose I am a poet. If I am a poet, I want to go and learn more about Hafiz and his work. I should be able to go to my local community college center and learn with a senior professor. This is what adult local learning, community learning means. The function of the community and to make inclusive learning happen is critical at this stage. इस समय अगर हम अपनी गलतियों से नहीं सीखेंगे, COVID as a teacher से नहीं सीखेंगे, we will lose another 20 to 30 years. Third of 5 solutions, and I'm again not going to explain it, I'm simply going to say this is what we need to do, just going to list it, is an ikigai for the future of education. ये आपको presentation मिल जाएगा, आराम से discuss करेंगे. But between technology, institution, learner, and faculty, we have to design the student experience and the teacher experience. Teachers are not happy with the teaching and learning experience. Systems design, जिसको हम crudely dashboard बोल देते हैं. इसमें इतना कम काम से dashboard के कच्चे काम से काम नहीं चलने वाला. Instructional design पे हमने we have already discussed instructional design कि किस तरह से आप replicate नहीं कर सकते, आपको पूरी नई चीजें बनानी पड़ेंगी. और इस समय आपको जो instructional designer मिल रहे हैं, they are actually not prepared for adult learning. They have been prepared to make corporate learning videos happen, which is self-learning, which is very different from school and college and academic learning. They have been trained to do primary school apps on your phone. उसे इंस्ट्रक्शनल डिजाइन कहते हैं। हमारे स्कूल और कॉलेज टाइप का इंस्ट्रक्शनल डिजाइन हमारे ही टीचर्स और एकेडमिक्स को डिजाइन करना पड़ेगा इस समय। दिस इज वर्क अहेड फॉर अस। Learning and assessment design is also absolutely critical, and learning and assessment design has to be, I mean ये हमारा learning like इसी में define हो जाता है। Learning and assessment design has to be inclusive. How do you make it inclusive? By recognizing that digital is egalitarian, it's evolving, it changes all the time. In fact, teachers शिकायत कर रहे थे इंग्लैंड में, ये ट्विटर पे हमने सुना, बहुत डिस्कशन किया उनके साथ। They said, this is like flying a plane while you're building the plane. They said, यही नई असलियत है, यही manage करना पड़ेगा. You will have to evolve, you have to be disrupted. Remember, it's inclusive, it's dependent on the teacher. बिना teacher के energy की ये कुछ नहीं होने वाला. But digital is not whole learning. I will completely accept that. So what have we been doing in terms of inclusive learning so far? We have been saying mobility karo, accessibility karo, availability karo. We have forgotten the entire emotional content of learning. And this is where I'm saying that the future of education, hybrid ho, digital ho, as we said, पीछे तो नहीं जा सकते, ये हमने capacity build कर ली है, खैर साहब ने बोला था. What we will have to do is make sure that whether our integration of digital learning into our learning lives, into our academic lives, takes care of two factors. One is customization of technology and inclusion of care. In fact, AI जो ये लोग कह रहे हैं, this is what they're trying to do, customization करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं ना. But what they're also trying to do is bring in an emotional element. आपके chatbots आ रहे हैं shopping के लिए, आपके chatbots आ रहे हैं आपके mental health के लिए, आपके chatbot teachers भी आ रहे हैं वहाँ पे. How can I help you? What do you want to learn? Is there something you know, you don't know? आपकी Pearson का जो IIT training वाला है, that has a chatbot, that has AI built into it. So customization and care is actually the focus of what we should be doing in technology. Not just the hardware कि हमें meeting का एक button मिला है. आप उसको किस तरह से इस emotional बनाएंगे ताकि आपके student के जहन में ये पहुंच जाए, ताकि आपके student वहाँ पे अपनी शक्ल दिखाना चाहे अपनी और पूछे कि देखो क्या हुआ यहाँ पे. वो aha moment जो होता है ना teaching में, that is what digital technology has to do. And the final imperative, of course, has to be to redefine school. हमारी ये application of to CBSE for examination वो तो हम किसी और CBSE के ऐप से भी कर लेंगे. CBSE को इल्तिजा कर लेंगे कि आप open ऐप कर दीजिए, हम अपने आप खुद register कर लेंगे. School के through करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. But for our schools and colleges to be really impactful going forward, using the capacities that we have built during COVID, learning from them, building on them, we have to have these 4 aspects of learning in our institutions. Community, further learning, advanced learning for the gifted and talented, and lifelong learning for anybody who wants to advance themselves at any point of time. I'm going to pause over here. That's my email address. I hope I haven't taken too much time. I was trying to make room for everybody. But this is a fairly complex topic, and with such august company, I did want to build it forward as well. Thank you so much, Amir, for inviting me here.
Wonderful, Meeta. Wonderful. Absolutely great. There are a number of questions that have already popped up, but I have warned everybody that we will not take questions right away. You brought up all the issues that that you were expected to, and more than that, the aspect of a continuous digital learning, that analogy of building a plane even as you fly it was just spot on. And the fact that digital is such an enabler and is so secular in its application, that is certainly the way forward. So wonderful. I mean, thank you so much for having brought up all those issues that we had been in some sense been discussing, but couldn't put a finger to. And possibly the most important thing that you talked about was how we as teachers have to learn that this is not just a simple manner of converting our lecture into a digital platform. Even I must confess that the first thing that struck me was, okay, so I will lecture and somebody is going to record it and send that video across, and that's the end of digital learning. And then you realize that, that is not even the beginning. So wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm sure everybody here has understood, because you made it so very clear also, despite speaking very fast. You did do that very well. Thank you so much, MEETA. I now move to Professor JEEMOL UNNI. Professor JEEMOL UNNI was director of my institution. So in some sense, she's my professor. She taught at the Institute of Rural Management at Anand and directed it for 5 years, made it one of the finest institutions to even finer an institution, and is now teaching at the really prestigious Ahmedabad University. She's done an enormous amount of work on almost everything that development economists look at. So JEEMOL UNNI is the one you find who's quoted on employment issues, on gender issues, on wage-related issues, on health, on education. And so I really used all that to give her a very tough topic, because, here we are grappling with with what's happening presently, and the interface that is going on between education, health, and gender. And I wanted to hear from JEEMOL, because there's nobody else who can tell us this, who knows the data, who has the evidence and the analysis to tell us what is happening to women, what is happening to their work participation, and how will that impact their education in the next few years. So, Professor JEEMOL UNNI, over to you. If you're speaking, you're muted. Yeah, you're muted. You're muted.
Got it. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh.
Even though I've been on Zoom for the last entire year.
Oh, it always happens. Always happens. Yeah.
This still happens to us. All right. So I am going to bring in the other component of our seminar, which is the employment component, since I mostly work on employment, but also on to some extent on education. And I'll try to marry the situation, what is happening in our employment scenario with COVID and the status quo that we have with the employment situation to the situation that we are seeing and in the education sector, and try to assume or guess what can happen to us actually. So you'll have to tighten your belts, because this is going to be a very economist kind of presentation with a lot of tables and graphs and so on. So I'm mostly using, I'll be using hard data, and the data is, most of it is from the National Sample Survey Organization of the Government of India, Ministry of Statistics. And they have these surveys which are called the, their labor force surveys, now called the periodic labor force surveys. So if you look at this, they have for urban areas, they have these estimates by quarters, and the April-June 2021 quarter has not come out. Now, April-June 2020 is when we had the first serious lockdown. And if you look at the, this is the employment rate, you can call it, it's the workforce participation rate, which was for men steadily at some 67%, and it drops to like 56, 57% in this period. So we all know that employment dropped tremendously. It dropped for women as well, but for women, they had a slightly different problem, which is what I'm going to kind of emphasize over here. The unemployment rate, again, is shot up for men during that first serious lockdown of April-June last year to 20%. And this is a very, very traditional way of defining it. The National Sample Survey is an extremely traditional organization, and these are weekly estimates, current weekly status estimates. And they are also seeing this huge rise in unemployment. Otherwise, we don't see this kind of unemployment rates. You just go through all the years previous, you won't find it. Surprisingly, for women, they show this slight decline in unemployment. Now that is a very interesting story and that story is what I'm going to try and draw. Unemployment rates rise dramatically for men in this period, but for women it falls. This is actually an extremely interesting result because it probably means that the women were withdrawing from the labor force, what we call the discouraged worker effect. So women tended to drop out of the labor force when they found that the job is shrinking, and their care work was also increasing hugely. The amount of domestic and care work they had to do at home because of the number of people who were now sitting at home, including the children and the adult population. So while men seem to switch to self-employment, women tended to drop out, and this is what I'm going to try to show you using data, because as an economist, I can't say anything without some proof of it, however tenuous. But then what kind of self-employment were they getting? So now this is the self-employed, regular salaried workers and casual workers. And you're seeing this again for these various quarters. So April 19 and all of this 19, there was no COVID. Even January, March 2020, there was no, you'll have to follow my cursor. April, June 2020 is where we got the COVID. Now, what we see here is that it looked like this regular employment was kind of holding steady. To some extent, it's increasing, partly because casual labor is dropping very dramatically. And that is true for female and male. But when you look at this self-employment, you find that the male self-employment actually rose, but the female self-employment remained there. Now, are they really shifting to self-employment, and are they really getting their incomes and so on? This, strangely, I simply picked it out of the the periodic labor force survey, and I found this amazing thing. So these are the constituents of the self-employed, the own account workers and employers, and the helpers or unpaid contributing family members. If you look at all these previous quarters, you add these two, it adds to the total self-employed. But if you look here for men in April, June, if you add these two, it comes nowhere near 42%. That means that they are reporting themselves as self-employed, partly because they have an enterprise or they are working with a family enterprise, and they report themselves as unemployed. But when it comes to asking them what exactly is your status, they don't have anything to say. So it is possible that these men who had lost their jobs had moved to self-employment during this time, but in what fashion? The women didn't show this increase in self-employment. The chances are that they moved out of the labor force. So this difference between adding up the two constituents of self-employment and the total self-employment, that is the 2-3 column and the 4th column, makes us skeptical as to whether these men who are reporting that they were self-employed during this lockdown period had actually gained through this shift. If you look at the difference between those columns, you'll find that 17.8% of the self-employed men are not reporting themselves to be the own account workers or employers or or self. If you see the difference between that, whereas 11.3% of the women were also having the same problem. So basically, they were not working. They were not gaining any incomes. Now, there are a whole lot of household surveys which show how the self-employed incomes came down during this time. And we ourselves did a survey in Ahmedabad. I don't have time and I'm not going to discuss that survey, but we found exactly this decline in the employment of self-employed, of everyone, but also of the self-employed. So this is the same thing, but in a more, the difference is that in this thing, which I got out of the PLFS, they are, this total of this is equal to the total number of workers. So in this, you cannot actually see that there are people who are outside the labor force or moving outside the labor force. But at the same time, they also give us tables, which you can actually download, of the status of the workers and status of the non-workers to the total population. So if you look at this thing by the total population, that is when you see this dramatic increase in out of the labor force people. And also the fact that even though they were reporting self-employment, if you look at it in terms of as a proportion to the total population, there is actually a decline in self-employment and a decline for both men and women, this -2.5 and this -1. And if you look at the components of those two, they don't add up. They don't add up. This 12.2 plus 1.5 is not 24.2, but 22.2.5 is more or less 26.7. So pre-COVID, they were okay. They were reporting it. They were getting work and they were fine. But here they report that they are self-employed, but they are not getting anything. And there's a 10 percentage point drop in these own account workers for men, particularly for men. Again, if you look at the the unemployed have also increased quite a bit, particularly for men. And if you look at the women, this out of the labor force, you see that 3% of these women who are dropping out of all these various statuses are actually just moved out. They're not even trying to look for work. So this table, when you look at it in terms of population, you see this dramatic shift of the people out of the labor force much more clearly. Now, this is using the private source, which is the Center for Monitoring the Indian Economy, which is every second day you're seeing there, because they have monthly estimates of employment, which, NSS also has, but they don't put it out as quickly as the CMIE does. CMIE puts it out instantly. I was waiting for them to put out the May 2021, but it hasn't come out till today. Maybe it'll come out tomorrow and I'll be able to see it. So this is the same thing. And this is the first lockdown period. And this red thing is the second lockdown period. This is for urban areas and this is for rural areas. On the left is urban, and the right is, and you have this bottom thing is women and this top thing is men. So you see that very, very sharp fall in employment during the first lockdown, both in urban and rural areas. But in the second lockdown, it is a very muted lack of employment. We are going to see it in May, I'm sure. And we're going to see it in June, which I have not been able to get. They have not put out the data yet. But what is striking is that this decline is more for rural areas, this is rural, and for women than it was in this case. So the men seem to not show so much, urban areas don't seem to show so much of a drop. It does slightly, but I am sure that in May, we are going to see this kind of a big drop. So rural areas see a greater dip and women also see a greater dip. And the RBI and including the finance ministry have been giving stories as to why the second wave has had a limited impact on employment, a muted impact on employment and unemployment because of the localized lockdowns. Their logic is that there has been a better adaptation of work from home protocols by companies, I suppose. More online delivery, e-commerce is active and digital payments have picked up. I mean, this is kind of trying to explain this, but I'm sure that the thing is not going to be as strong as a complete stringent lockdown, but it is still there. Now, again, another very telling thing is coming out of the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy data because of the way they classify their unemployed. And I'm reading this out of them. They never say it themselves, but I think that this is how you would read this data. So if you look at this is the first lockdown, this big increase in unemployment, and this small increase, this red color, small increase is the current lockdown. What is interesting about this is that they have two kinds of unemployment. Now, if you take the traditional national sample survey, their unemployment rate is either you're seeking and available for work, or you are unemployed, but you are not seeking and available for work. And they give you one figure, which is what I showed you here in this 9.1 and 1.8. But here they actually give they separate out those two things. So unemployment rate is where people are report unemployed and are actively seeking for work. So they are in the labor market. GUR is including both people who are actively seeking and those who are not actively seeking. Now, normally there shouldn't be such a great difference between these two. But here you see that if you look at the female unemployment rate, this is where I think that these people are actually dropping out of the labor force. There is a doubling of the unemployment, the greater labor force, greater unemployment rate compared to the unemployment rate in the first lockdown, and also surprisingly in the second lockdown. So while this 30% of people are reporting greater unemployment in here they are reporting 15%, which is not true for men. There is a small difference for men in the first round, but in the second round, they're almost exactly the same. Now, this is looking a very difficult one, but it is basically what I've been trying to say, already said, what is unemployment rate, what is greater unemployment rate? And I am interpreting this as persons who have dropped out of the labor force or the disabled. Women are basically dropping out of the labor force, and this was a common phenomenon, whether it was the first lockdown or this current phase which is going on. And we have done papers looking at the demonetization impact. And again, we saw the same thing. Whereas men are able to shift into some other kind of activity, particularly self-employed activity, the women just simply drop out of the workforce. So the discouraged worker effect is strong in both cases. I'm going to skip the industry, but basically it is that in the first lockdown, there was a greater impact on secondary sector employment, which is construction and manufacturing. But here, as of now, it is showing a greater impact in rural and in agriculture. But we have to see in the month of May and the month of June actually what happens. Only then we'll be able to say for sure. Now let me move to the education thing using the same data and try to marry this education and the impact of what's happening, what you people were all talking about the last 3 presentations, what it is going to do to our employment. So the workforce participation rate generally shows this kind of a U shape. It is supposed to be more for women, but it is true for men also. So what I want to point out here is this, this inflection is at the higher secondary level. So the workforce participation rate as education level increases, generally the highest employment is for people who are least employed, but least educated. One can understand that because it really means that they're very poor and they just simply have to do something in order to be able to survive. And similarly, in the case of very educated people, their opportunity cost of work, this is how we as economists define it, their opportunity cost of time is very high if they're educated, so they have to go into the labor market and so they tend to work. So these two sides are generally very high. And the dip is coming here, and the inflection point is the higher secondary. So we'll say that the threshold for work participation, as we see it in the data. So let me say that the analysis who has not brought out is 1920, 2021, and all that data. So this is 18-19 status, and it's not going to be very dramatically different. Maybe the level might be a little different, but we are still going to see exactly this inflection point of higher secondary. Unemployment rate is the opposite. That is a U, then this will be an inverted U, unemployment rate. And here also you will see that the inflection is coming at the secondary level, not so much at the higher secondary level, but at the secondary level. And here you find that the unemployment rates are higher for women, particularly for the very young women, 15 to 29. All right, so let's hold on to the inflection point or the threshold. Now, this is the same thing, work participation and out of the labor force by the education levels. So if you look at the education levels, again, you will find that it is the regular and salaried people whose employment levels shoot up once they have received a higher secondary education. The casual workers makes no difference. It's very high at the top, and then at the postgraduate level, there are no casual workers, obviously not. For women, it's a very muted kind of, the number of urban women working is very low. That is a different story. I'm not going to talk about that. And so again, you see this, and that inflection point is true for women as well. This is urban women, this is urban men. So at the higher secondary level, you see the entry into regular salaried work shooting up. So that opportunity cost of that having a degree and sitting at home is very high, so then they kind of tend to work, and there is a now the opposite you'll see for the out of the labor force. That is exactly at that inflection point, people who are outside the labor force, see this for women, about 80% of the women are not working, are out of the labor force. But when it comes to that higher secondary level education, then more women are working. So again, that inflection point is, so why am I pointing out this threshold of rise in salaried work and this threshold of education? So NSSO is also giving us the number of years of formal schooling, formal education that men and women have undertaken in rural and urban areas. I've just brought it to the urban alone because the education probably makes greater impact here. And again, you'll see these are the number of years of education here on the x-axis. So 11th, 12th is again higher, 11 to 12 years of education is again higher secondary education. And you see the same inflection. The threshold of the rise of the salaried workers is at the higher education, higher secondary education, both for men and for women. And for women, it's remarkably shooting up. So where they were at like 5% employment at the 11th, 12th level, after the 11th, 12th level, they actually go up to 35% of work participation to the total number of workers. Regular salaried workers are that much. All right. So the last part is trying to marry the returns that one is getting from education to what we just saw in employment. So the returns to education is calculated using a MCRHRDI earnings function, which is basically Y, which is earnings as a function of a whole lot of things, but mainly education. And you can calculate what is the returns for 1 year, one additional year of education. It comes to around 9 to 10% for women, and for men, it will be just a little lower, 8 to 9%. And almost in any developing country, you will get this kind of result. And you take any sample for India, you'll probably get this. It rises with the level of education. So as the level of education increases, the returns increase. So it makes sense that they go out and work as well. And that's why they have a higher, and then there is a threshold. There is a threshold at which the returns to education for every single year of education increases. And that threshold, in the raw data we saw, it was higher education. Even in the returns to education, you take this by splines, primary school, middle school, secondary school, higher secondary school, and you will see that rate of return rising very heavily at the higher secondary schooling. We did one more thing. We looked at formal and informal sector employment, which is in some sense my forte. And we did this very large survey of men and women in Delhi and Ranchi, it was in 2010. And we calculated these returns to education. And then what we did is that we split that across the wage distribution. That is, what is the returns that low wage people get, like casual workers and so on and so forth, and what is it that people like, you sitting in the university at the top segment of this. So this is these are quartiles. This is the bottom 10% of the wage distribution, wage and income distribution, and this is the top 10% of the income distribution. And this is at the 25th quartile, 50th quartile. Now, if you look at the formal sector workers, there isn't much difference in the returns. So once you enter the formal sector, then for every additional year of education, whether you are in the lower segment or in the upper segment, your returns that you are getting, these are private returns, is almost the same. But if you look at the informal sector, you see this rising returns with the wage segment. So you hardly get any returns at the bottom of this wage, this thing. I mean, whether you're educated or uneducated, this isn't making much difference to the salary that you're getting or the wage that you're getting or the earnings that you're getting. But that starts increasing dramatically. It's probably because your education levels are also going up. Your returns to the levels of education keep going up. Now, what do I make of that? So basically, in the informal sector, higher education is giving them higher returns. And that higher returns is much higher in the higher segments, wage segments. In the case of the formal sector, there is an entry barrier. Whether you can enter this formal sector or not is an issue, and there are a whole lot of factors affecting that. But once you enter the formal sector, then there is no differential in the returns that you're getting to your education. So you get your returns irrelevant. This is the reason why we see these really long lines for 3 jobs, and for 100 police jobs, you see 1 lakh people standing outside. That is because the returns to that education, if they get that job, is very high. So now what do I gain from all of this? My last 2 slides. Why then do people not invest in higher education? Why do we have this dramatic dropout of people? Of course, there are hundreds of reasons. I'm only going to talk about the employment economic reason. So this is the facts that we came across: the sharp increase in salaried employment after higher secondary. That is what I was talking as the threshold. Returns to education being higher for women and for formal sector, and for informal sector, the returns are high in the upper segments of the wage hierarchy. So investing in education should have a definite advantage. If that is so, then what prevents people from investing in higher education? So one of the reasons, or some of the reasons, the one that I'm pointing out here, is this threshold of higher secondary education. So unless and until you arrive at this higher secondary education, you are not going to really gain the benefits of all that investment that you're going to do in. So they know that if I just do a 4th class pass, to mujhe kuch nahi milne wala hai. So why should I invest in education? So for the poor households, for the socially deprived households, there are huge challenges to arriving at this threshold level in order to be able to gain from the amount of money that you're investing in education. And then there are factors other than the education barriers. There are entry barriers to the formal sector and entry barriers to the higher segment of the informal sector. And those barriers are gender, definitely, but then there are also caste, nepotism, and also poor quality of the higher education. So the people who are able to get into formal education and move to the top are really the people who came out of your fancy schools and colleges and have good quality education. The others struggle because the fact that they don't have a good quality education, and that is used as a screening device, and it is very easily seen by the employer. All these factors would deter the private investments to higher education. Okay, so now what's going to happen with the pandemic? Obviously, in the last three sessions, the three papers that we saw very clearly say that all these entry barriers that we are talking about, because of the digital divide that is happening and is there and is going and is not being sort of rectified not going to be rectified very quickly, the pandemic is going to raise the entry barriers and particularly dependent on because of the lower level and quality of education. So we had this pandemic and lockdowns. We saw that there was a decline in employment and rise in unemployment, and women tended to fall out of the labor force more than men, and men tended to take up self-employment, but obviously with very low demand, without any work and very low incomes. So what is education going to do now? You have the pandemic and online learning, which have added to all these barriers, and all the three speakers before me have distinguished it out. So the threshold to higher level, threshold of to be able to get higher returns is this higher secondary education, as I've been trying to show. Lack of digital access, difficulty in communicating with the teacher, and lack of peer support in your classroom, and so on. So that is going to make it even more difficult. Even before your pandemic and online teaching, it was very difficult for these poor and socially deprived communities to arrive at higher secondary education. But now that is going to become more difficult with all these extra barriers hanging around. So the entry barriers of level and the quality of higher education is going to be more exacerbated, and gender, caste, nepotism, etc. are going to again be a problem, and that I can very safely say is going to be the future that we're going to look at. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't take too much of time, and I'm sure I hope I wasn't too technical also.
That was absolutely perfect. Even if you were technical, there was the audience was perfectly up to it, and you made it absolutely clear as to the point that you were making with the data. So it was really a question that everybody asked, and you answered it so well. That why is it that when we try, especially in the disadvantaged groups, to put people into school and to continue them in school, why do they drop out? It's a question that has sometimes very fancy answers, and everybody seems to know why they drop out. Blame it on family and culture and whatever. But here is a most rational explanation, and I think that was the most important headline from this presentation, which showed that it's a very rational thing to do, to drop out of school, because the returns are just not there. And if we, and I know a lot of people in this group are people who invest a lot of their time, money, and their philanthropic efforts in education. I think Professor JEEMOL Unni's point is something that will help all of us in trying to ensure that that education has a return, and that has a return on its investment, and that is what will bring people back to school and keep them there for longer and longer, till they reach that point where you saw her absolutely articulate graphs that showed that you stay on till higher education, and then the returns just keep rushing in. So I think that was the real crux of the discussion, apart from the fact, and I hope that you all noticed it, that she said that that not only are these numbers showing a lower return at higher secondary, and that is where people drop out, she also made an emphatic point that this is particularly so for communities that are vulnerable and disadvantaged. Professor JEEMOL Unni has done an enormous amount of work on the Muslim question in India, and she has said this in several of her absolutely robust analysis as to why the Muslim education in India particularly, and the Muslim women's education in India suffers and what the solutions are. So this was, absolutely contemporary. I mean, she she in fact was waiting for tomorrow to get us the latest data. But thank you so much, JEEMOL. That
So
was
the
absolutely
researchers for social groups, that handbook of Muslims, that book which came out after the Satchar committee, it holds one of my papers, which takes this to social groups, and that's from there that I'm telling you this. So I didn't show you the exact numbers. Thank you very much.
Yeah. That is the textbook for most of us who try to find out what was going on and what's going on today. So thanks so much, JEEMOL. I'll now get somebody who has written on this issue and has done a lot of work on the ground to determine how digital access matters and where the pitfalls are. This is OSAMA MANZAR of the Digital Empowerment Foundation. OSAMA himself is extremely well known, but the kind of work that the foundation has been doing for nearly 2 decades now is just unparalleled anywhere in the world. And the reach that it has, that it can boast of, which is nearly 25 states in the country, and at the rate at which states are becoming union territories, I think that is all the states that we have. But SOMA and DEF reach out to all parts of the country, to the most difficult areas, and providing the most in OSAMA's words, the most essential element of development, which is bandwidth. And using that, the DEF has been able to make significant differences in lives of thousands of people, men and women, across the country. On the issue of pandemic and digital access, the DEF has been doing some very innovative work, and more importantly, has been able to identify where the where digital access is limited and how that matters to our education and employment story today. So thank you so much, OSAMA, for joining us today with the insights that you have over the last so many years, and particularly what you have been writing on and really profusely tweeting and discussing across various platforms. So welcome to OSAMA MANZAR.
So Amir's introduction is always backhanded. When he said that he has been writing and he said this profusely tweeting, that means if you're tweeting, that means you're not a good writer at all, So thanks, Amir. What I'm seeing is that in the last we started at 4, it's 6, more than 6 in 2 hours. We have lost about 45 people on this group. So I think we are doing a good job of solving the problem of education to be left with very few people. Okay, so I don't know. I'm not really. I'm not a person who belong to education sector. I may be a person who certainly belong to the sector that bothers about livelihood, education for employment or employment per se. But I can certainly share some of the insights from the perspective of what is the role of digital in the area of education, what is the role of digital in the area of employment, and both relationship of education and employment, considering that most of us get into education sector only to get a good employment, which is sad really, and that's the reason why education hasn't made us a good human being, even though we have got good jobs. I wanted to just bring out, I shared a report on the chat, which we did in the period of COVID, which is about 3-4 months or even 5 months old, to find out the depth of digital divide. And as a result, we also found out that digital divide is also is as patriarchal as our society and community is. And if you see the report, you will find that in Haryana, the access to digital in the education sector is 100% to the boys and not girls at all. Just to take you to an understanding that we are talking about a situation in the world, and now in India, where digital is no more aspiration, digital is no more an inclusion, digital is no more an opportunity, digital is no more a hierarchical growth, infrastructure requirement, but digital is necessity. Digital is an exclusion if you don't have, and digital is poverty if you can't afford it, and so on and so forth. So in one way or the other, the way we have moved in the last 20 years, any sector you look at, digital has gradually started becoming from aspiration to necessity. And we have also created policies like that, and sometimes the scenario, I mean, COVID can be a scenario, but in most of the other cases, we have made digital as a necessity to exclude people, like need of biometric device to identify you, whether you can deserve or whether you can, eligible for food, or for that matter, now even vaccination. So, but as far as education is concerned, considering COVID has secluded us in the house and made our school, our teachers away from each other, we are talking no less a number than the population of a size of United States of America. We have 320 million students who were going to school and now no more going to school. And while we were going to school, there was always a debate who is getting education, who is not getting an education, who is getting teacher, who is not getting a teacher, who is going just for midday meal, or who is going for education, or who is going for classes, and whether teachers is coming was always a sub issue to discuss. But COVID is such an equalizer that everybody who were going or eligible to go to school or school was there, all are in the same basket of being unconnected, not only from the education, but you are also unconnected from the devices and internet and infrastructure, which could have given an alternative means to go to education. Even though you are not going to education. So, you are, I mean, not that education, earlier digital integration into education was not necessary or not aspirational, it was. Just that I always used to say that, in India, we haven't really taken digital in a right way into the education sector or employment sector properly. We have not. There is no policy whether you should have internet or not in the schools. You don't have policy whether you should have computer labs in the schools. You don't have a policy whether the lab is only an IT lab as a subject, or IT or integration of computer in all the subjects. All these things were missing in our life in any case, and that's the reason why those who adopted technology or digital personally did well and have gone into a knowledge economy. Most of the other people have not been able to go into that one. But now that it is a necessity, it is very, very important to figure out how do we actually, I'm not saying that we will never be going back to the school, but the point is when we go back to the school, should we again leave the digital as it is, or should we go back to the school with an integral value of digital into the school? Because digital is no more just a connectivity. Digital is no more just a device. Digital is no more just a means. Digital is no more just a language or a culture. It's everything. It's a library. It's a reference. It's your counselor. It's your gold mine of information. It's a referral. It's a question and answer. It is a real-time learner and teacher. It's everything. It actually gives you an opportunity to parallelly ask a question, or parallelly deal with it. So it is certainly what MEETA said earlier is that it requires a blended, approach towards how do you integrate with teaching and infrastructure and educational other framework as far as the digital is concerned. Now, again, when we are affected by COVID, we are not dealing with digital to integrate into the education system in a holistic manner, where it can play a role of everything. you know, because digital is also a mass misinformer. It is also a mass propagator of fake news. It is also a mass propagator of narratives which may not be healthy for the country or democracy. So it comes with a lot of things. Not that the education was not. I mean, depending what kind of curriculum you have, what kind of textbook you have, you could have narrated wrong stories in schools as well. But the point is, while we are in a situation, we need to really figure out the intensity of digital divide, the intensity of digital exclusion, and the intensity of the deprivation of access to education. That is a mass epidemic, more than even the COVID, if you really look at this entire situation. And therefore, now let's look at how do you see digital as in a holistic manner, because digital has one very strong character of being neutral to the medium, neutral to the language, neutral to the media and the message, because it's audio visual, it is responsive, it is real time, it is global, and so on and so forth. So therefore, how do you integrate? It is also a matter of, when you integrate, can you integrate as a 2G connection? Can you integrate as a mobile or as a smartphone, or do you need to integrate in a big screen and broadband and meaningful connectivity? In our world of analysts, we say that there is this connectivity and then there is meaningful connectivity. What is meaningful connectivity is this: you may have a connectivity, you can't do e-commerce. You may have a connectivity, you can't see audiovisual content. You may have connectivity, but you can't transact. You may have connectivity, but you can't consult on video to a doctor. You may have connectivity, but you can't do hundreds of other things. That's not meaningful connectivity. So when you think about lack of connectivity, lack of digital infrastructure, you are also talking about actually what is the level of quality connectivity and quality digital integration, and what is not quality. COVID also has put in a huge digital divide, increased the digital divide, if you actually talk about meaningful connectivity. Because earlier, when there was no COVID, what was happening? Most of the people who were going to school, they still didn't have connectivity. Actually, I'm 100% sure that not a single school properly with an internet connectivity in a public school, in the sense that government school, out of 1.4 million schools, but about 5 to 10% is expected to have digital labs, but without connectivity. What does that mean? I mean, that's in any case not putting any value to the studies and the education to the people who are going to these schools. Not even teachers have access to digital connectivity. In a scenario like this, when you go back to the school, how do you really think that those infrastructure can be created? And therefore, at a policy level, it is very important that we think about, when we do the integration of digital in the lives of education system, what is the meaningful digital integration that will be required. That means minimum bandwidth, minimum infrastructure, minimum number of screens, size of a screen, power of the machines, and so on and so forth. And I will slightly divert towards employment as the digital infrastructure, and this is purely our experience I'm going to share. I think digital is playing a much more strong role in employment creation through digital, especially among the totally deprived community. For example, last year we did about 20,000 people we trained in the area, and all women into the area of weaving and others, how you can adopt digital, all illiterate and uneducated. We are now at the moment doing training of about 20,000 women, how they can become Wi-Fi service provider or a digital service provider or a digital entrepreneur, and so on and so forth. So this one, when we have to talk about the role of digital in terms of creating employment and entrepreneurship among those who are dropouts, among those who are more than 18 or 20 and they have no choice of going back to education but looking for employment, digital is playing a very strong and strengthful role because of three most important reasons. One, because all this education, training and capacity building is available on smartphone. The second, it doesn't require too much of bandwidth, but a smartphone itself is a means of becoming an entrepreneur and it allows you to explore hundreds of things. And the third is the mobility itself and affordability of the connectivity which is available. And it's quite affordable. India is one of the most, one of those countries where connectivity is extremely affordable. And yet we have so many poor people who can't afford even those connectivity of paying 50 rupees to 100 rupees a month. And that is where again education and policy come into the picture. And last year when COVID came, I wrote this piece where we requested that it is very important to overcome the connectivity and digital divide, that government should come out with 4 policy drives. One, how do you minimize the cost of the devices so that maximum people can access it? Second, how do you make available interest-free loans to the people who would like to take it to buy device and and digital devices? The third, how do you insist on ISPs or the telcos to minimize the cost of connectivity and access of higher bandwidth, and how to enable people to go for higher bandwidth or meaningful connectivity to access education. The fourth was how we can share and mass propagate used digital devices. And I would like to invite all of you to go to digitaldaan.in, which we created to collect second-hand devices so that we can distribute to poor. And we so far have received around 6,000 devices. Out of that, 3,000 devices absolutely new, that is donated by a corporate, that we are going to put as a public access point in the villages. So that's those were some of the propagation of the policy advices that we did. Thankfully, as it is expected by the government, not a single of them have been adopted. But what government has come with, one of the idea is how not to pay internet license fees and still buy connectivity and become a buyer and seller of connectivity. That's the only thing that government has done. But what I would say is that all of you who are into the education sector, it is extremely important that you work at an advocacy level, that can our 1.4 million schools and its teachers, can they become high bandwidth enabled and digitally enabled schools. That's actually is a parallel advocacy that is required beside going connective and relating connectivity and digital with Ministry of Information Technology or Telecom. This is an education issue. This is an issue where these infrastructure, it's very, very important, and take them to the schools. Because think about it, 30 years before internet came, we are today 1.4 million schools where 4-year-old to 14-year-old and 15-year-old going to school, and you don't have a digital infrastructure or integration, which is going to be the hallmark requirement and the necessary requirement of all world movement. Because digital is just not a privileged infrastructure that you are looking for. It is the most integral infrastructure, like oxygen or anything, that is required in your life, whatever you do in your life. And that is missing from your basic necessity of your educational ecosystem. तो आप खुद सोचिए कि कैसे आप आगे बढ़ सकते हैं कि आप ऐसे एजुकेशन सिस्टम में रह रहे हैं जिसमें गवर्नमेंट और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का जो इंटीग्रेशन है वो आज की तारीख में भी फुल नहीं है, हाफ भी नहीं है, जरा भी नहीं है. तो हम किस तरह के बच्चे हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे आज से 30 साल बाद? इसका मतलब है कि आज की तारीख में ही हम 30 साल पीछे हैं कि ये डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इंटीग्रली कनेक्टेड नहीं है हमारे डिजिटल इकोसिस्टम में। तो आई थिंक सभी को इस बात पे करना है, चाहे कहीं से भी जुड़ा हो एजुकेशन से, चाहे वो मदरसा चलाता हो, चाहे वो प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशन चलाता हो, चाहे वो कुछ भी चलाता हो, are you integrating digital in the system or not in a holistic manner? If not, you are 30 years behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sama. Thank you for making this point so persuasively that it is the digital that is actually the division, and how we ensure that we have a policy in place that is able to provide infrastructure and to provide access to people who otherwise cannot access the World Wide Web. And in that, we are in the point that you made right in the end, that it is a 30-year gap, and that gap is only going to go up, particularly when we are talking about education in the post-COVID era. So thank you so much for putting it out there so simply, so straightforwardly, and in a manner in which I'm sure all the listeners who are seized with this problem, who know that they are going to provide education to their students, to their wards, in a manner that is going to be very heavily dependent on the medium. They will have to invest significantly in providing people digital access. May I now move on and get another one of our most distinguished researchers in this area, SOMA WADHWA, who has been working on the issue of gender and on education for several years now, first as one of our better known journalists, now as a very serious researcher at the India Development Foundation, has done a couple of very significant studies that really point to the importance of robust evidence-based policy making to be able to get women their due in the workforce, and related to educational levels and educational attainments. Her recent study, which she has so graciously agreed to share with us and talk to us about, speaks to this problem in a big way. And therefore, I am very delighted that we have SOMA WADHWA agreeing to speak to us in this conference. So SOMA, thank you very much again. You have an audience that is very interested in this whole issue of that you're talking about, and you're linking some very important variables, which is banking, access to banking, literacy, and what COVID is doing to this whole edifice. So thank you so much, and over to you.
Hi, thanks, Amir. It's very difficult to follow OSAMA. He is such a speaker. So even as we speak about education, I will speak about just the ability to read and write and how that is needed. So I will be speaking about literacy through a recent study that we've done at IDF, the organization that I work for. I'll divide my presentation into 3 parts. I'll talk a little bit about women, and the first part of my presentation is about how COVID has ravaged India's economy and how women are among the hardest hit. I mean, after JEEMOL, there's not much point in this slide, but I sort of quickly give you snapshots of how we are doing. We are in our worst recession. It's our 4th since independence and 1st since the liberalization, and I think it's going to get much worse. 4 out of every 10 women who were working in the fiscal year 1920 lost their jobs during the first lockdown. This is the CMI that JEEMOL has studied very deeply, and she says that it's getting better. or worse. We don't know, but it's pretty bad. Urban India also, women are really doing badly. A recently released report by the Delhi government, a survey report by the Delhi government in April 2021. It shows that unemployment for women more than doubled between February and November. In rural India, the livelihood survey by Azim Premji Foundation shows that women are 60% more likely to lose jobs than men. This is as UNESCO, the multilateral UNESCO tells us that 11 million girls are not going to return to school globally. And it projects that the bulk of them are going to be from developing countries like ours. And I'm not even going to get into the digital divide and all of that. That sort of, puts more burden on a already very burdened country, which at the last count had 167 million women above the age of 15 who were illiterate. And we are talking illiteracy here. My second part of my presentation is really, again, a very quick look at how the banks are becoming key to women accessing COVID relief and aid that is being extended in whatever nominal form by the establishment. I don't know whether we should, government. Here, because we do a lot of primary work, I actually have collected this not from newspapers, but from the villages that I have been visiting. And so these are the subsidies that women are sort of getting if they have these accounts. If they have an account for Jan Dhan, if they have a Manrega wages account, if they have a Kisan credit card, if their children are indeed going into schools, then these are the things that they would be getting in their bank accounts. A 500 rupee payment for about 2 months, or some payment to account holders who have Manrega wages or Manrega accounts, and also compensation because schools have been shut. So in lieu of the midday meals, compensation money is coming into the banks. Other than that, of course, in India, this has become popular over the past few years, the direct benefit transfers. And more or less, these are the transfers that women are getting into their bank accounts. The one that finds most common mention is the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, the one for the gas subsidy. And of course, then, because my latest work is in Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh, there are certain DBTs that are specific to women in these states. Please understand that these benefits and aids are accessible only to women who have accounts, right? And that there has been a very aggressive financial inclusion drive by the government. So lots of zero frill accounts have been opened up, lots of accounts have been opened up for women. And the idea is to channel and transfer these direct benefit, cash benefits through these accounts. Now I come to the third part of my presentation, which actually is its core. This part is about enabling women to have an aware and active relationship with the bank so that they are able to really access these aids and this relief and aid. And the fact that women's literacy is really, really, really critical to them having a meaningful relationship with banks. So I'll begin with, this is an empirical study that I've done, which I'm sharing with you. So I will begin with the hypothesis that I have formulated based on the study, which I'm going to research further. It is that literacy is critical to women's banking activities, and that this in turn, literacy and an increase in banking activities enhances their sense of financial empowerment. This hypothesis is based on a finding from a study that I have done for my organization, based on an adult literacy program called Tara Akshar Plus. Many of you might be knowing might recognize this program. It's a celebrated program. So a little bit about the program under study. Tara Akshar is an adult literacy program for rural women. My organization and me personally, I have evaluated it twice, once in 2016 and just recently in 2021. It is implemented by an organization called Development Alternatives. It was first piloted in 2013. In its first phase, it ran between 2014 and 16 in 3 districts of Uttar Pradesh, and its second phase, 2017 and 2020, between 2017 and 2020, it ran in 2 districts of Uttar Pradesh and 1 of Uttarakhand. The second phase, however, got extended, and as we did the study recently in 2021, it was still going on, and it was going on because of the ongoing COVID and lockdown. So it had found extension. So it really, the study, we got lucky, and we could actually go through the study even as its participants and the program itself had gone through the COVID experience. The program has benefited around 2 lakh women overall, and it has benefited 23,000 women in the latest phase that I'm going to be speaking about. So just briefly, I know that this is not of much interest to this varied audience that we have here, but just briefly. So just to remind you, the phase that the study that I'm talking about is studying this phase between 2017 and 2020, really. We follow something that's called a mixed method sequential explanatory research design, which basically means that we start with a quantitative research, and we started this in 1 block each in each of the 3 districts. So 3 blocks we did the study in, Bhadohi, Lalitpur and Bhagwanpur. We first started with administering a literacy and numeracy test to all our participants, and then we did a survey. For the non-economist or and maybe the non-academics, though I don't think there are many in this gathering. So how typically impact studies are done is that you have people who have been treated by the intervention that you're studying. That means that they are participants in the program or the policy that you're studying. And then you compare them with a group who are very similar to this group. Various sampling techniques are employed to make sure that the SOMA that has taken the program and who is being compared to the other SOMA who has not gone through the program are very similar. Both the SOMAs have to have come from a similar kind of background. They have to have similar kind of education. They have to have similar kind of families. They have to have similar kind of foods. Depending on what it is that you're studying, the comparison group is chosen. So our sample size for this was about treatment group was like the women who had gone through the literate women, the neo-literate women who had gone through the program were about 623, and there were about 300 in the control group. Women like them, but who had not gone through the program, so they were illiterate. So these results were then computed, the test results, the tests that we gave them, because remember this program is basically a literacy program. So they are being taught Hindi and they are being taught maths. So the basic tests and then the survey, these results were computed, and based on these results, we formulated our questionnaires and our discussion guides for the qualitative rounds, and we went back to the field to find out that whatever were the results that we found in the quantitative round, what is the reason behind them? Why were those results there? What is the reason, the analysis of those results, the why behind the numbers? For the qualitative rounds also, we went back to 3 villages in the same 3 blocks that were surveyed. We sampled these villages purposely. We made sure that they are representative and they are very typical. They are not outlier villages. They are very similar to the kinds of villages and very typical of the kinds of villages that the program has been implemented in. We conducted focus group interviews in all 3 villages. We conducted in-depth interviews, family, community members, school principals, bank managers, health workers, Anganwadi workers, ASHA workers, daughters, fathers, spouses, and field staff, both in the field staff and program staff at the headquarters. And then we synthesized both the quantitative and the qualitative data, and we analyzed. So here is, just to begin with, not that this is very pertinent to the point that I'm trying to make here, but just to quickly take you through the results. If you see, then these are the results. The treatment group are the literate women who have learned basic Hindi and basic mathematics through the program, and the control group has illiterate women who are very much like the literate women, but in different villages where the program has not taken place. So for those of a lot of you are in education, so you know these tests were very much like the ASAR tests. So you start by asking the woman who is being tested to read a paragraph. If she can't read a paragraph, you ask her to read words. If she can't read words, then you ask her to recognize alphabets. And then similarly for math, you ask her to, you give her 10 sums. If she can do 2, fine. If she can't, at least 5 double-digit numbers. If she can't identify them, then at least all the 10 single-digit numbers. And you see that the women who have undergone the program are far ahead of the women who have not, which means that the program has been very, very efficient. So they have, women have picked up. Now remember, the next thing that the survey that we administer, what I am sharing with you now is is a part of a much larger survey that we've done, but I am only going to share the banking awareness questions with you. Now, this is the first question that we asked to do with banking, which was basically that, do you have a bank account? And if, is it in, whose name is it in? And as you see, there is a difference between the treatment and the control comparison group. But if you see, then, the numbers are near equal and pretty large, which means that the government has indeed been able to open banks for everybody. Bank accounts for everybody. The financial inclusion drive में सबके लिए zero frill accounts खुल गए हैं, whether it's a treatment village or a control village. Now next, and here is where literacy shows the difference. We ask, what is the name of your bank? And look at the difference. 82%, more than 82% of the women who are literate know the name of their banks. Only 38% of the illiterate women know the names of their banks. Similarly, have you transacted through your bank on your own, alone, in the last 6 months? Look at the stark difference. Then there are 2 questions that our study asked on financial literacy. They were simple questions. They were questions to do with if there's 5 brothers have 1,000 rupees, they want to divide it equally. How do they do this? You have lent 100 rupees to your friend. She gives you back 102. How much interest does she give you? And again, look at the difference. Only 90% of the treatment women, the literate women, can answer. Only 41, and again 60 and 6. Now, with this information in hand, we go to the field for our qualitative rounds, and we try to understand why this difference. What is it? Is it just literacy? And is it indeed true? We want to cross-verify. And here is one. There are many examples and many instances in which this manifests itself, the link between literacy and banking, heightened banking. But I'm going to share one very significant and substantial evidence of it in our qualitative surveys. Now, I remind you again that compensation in lieu of the midday meals is coming into now students' accounts. Either these are students' joint accounts with parents or parents' accounts, right? So in the 3 villages that we went to in these 3 districts, Lalitpur, Bhadohi, and Haridwar, of 2 states, we went to the primary each one of these villages had primary and upper primary schools. So we went to 1 primary and 2 upper primary schools. And we found out that 48.68% of the MDM money transfers were actually in the students' mothers' accounts. This is kind of a breakup. And this was collected firsthand from the principals because, from each school. We went to the bank manager just to understand whether, this was just something that we were misreading or something. And the bank manager in Sikandarpur, Bhagwanpur district actually told us that, in fact, so this is so common that the bank manager said that she had thought that there was some kind of a directive which had made it mandatory for the money for MDMs to get into the mother's bank accounts. So we had cross-verified this is indeed true. And here is what one of the principals said about this. She said that this is unprecedented. Earlier on, so many women didn't have bank accounts. If they had bank accounts, so many women never insisted that the money go into their bank accounts. And possibly it's got something to do with the fact that पढ़ी लिखी हैं अभी, इसलिए वो अपने बच्चों के पैसों का इंचार्ज होना चाह रही हैं. So this is certainly what has happened, heightened awareness of an activity around banking. Now, just to share with you some excerpts that we get from the field. Women told us that once, and remember that our qualitative rounds were only done in the treatment villages. We didn't go to the control villages because the idea is to find out, to sort of test our findings from the quantitative surveys through our qualitative work. We met women who said that they used to be ashamed into going into banks because, they actually felt manhandled because people would sort of, keep holding, clerks and tellers would keep holding their fingers, and the shame and the embarrassment associated with being unpad is, it seems cliche, but it keeps repeating itself. Whether it was 2016 or it is now in 2021, this is something that keeps surfacing, the shame in being illiterate and the shame in going into banks and not knowing how to negotiate that world full of tellers and offices and peons, and it's a world that seems to be out of your reach if you do not know how to read, write, and count. Then, of course, and this was very important to us because we want to do some work on digital literacy, and we have been really pushing to dovetail digital literacy into these programs, because without digital literacy, really, now everything is incomplete. And there was such pride in these women at being able to read SMSs in Hindi and therefore go and collect their subsidies and being able to count money, that again manifests itself. We were told that SHGs are now norms, and therefore literate, because women are now literate, they participate much more meaningfully in SHGs, and they attend meetings, they give and take money, and ask for, they avail gas subsidies, Manrega money, all through the banks, and therefore banks have become very important to the role of women and to women, and literacy is absolutely now an imperative to have a meaningful connect with banks. And finally, an NGO that is working in financial literacy said to us that women have what it takes to work at home based micro enterprises in villages. Now they need capital, and banks are making these available, but literacy, without literacy, it's impossible to partake in schemes or loans and sort of go ahead with it. So just to sort of summarize, even as we talk about education and pedagogy, and really it is about this in my presentation, that our economy is going through one of the worst recessions ever, and women are really have been hit the hardest. banking has become key to women accessing relief and aid by the establishment, and literacy is absolutely, absolutely imperative to enabling women to connect with banks meaningfully. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shoma. Nice and clear that what we need, if we are going to look at this entire issue of empowering women, of ensuring that they earn their livelihoods, especially given the fact that, a number of studies have shown how the most vulnerable women today are single mothers across the country, and the manner in which our policies and government support has necessitates a bank account and financial literacy. It is nothing short of denying them their rights by keeping them illiterate, both financially and otherwise. And this shows it so simply. And the point that Shoma was making, while it is a huge point on financial literacy and on livelihoods, the same applies for women and access to healthcare, women and access to higher education, women and access to passports, whatever, mobility. The importance of education for women, especially at the primary level, is just something that cannot be underlined enough. And for all of us here, that becomes a serious responsibility. It is something that all of us have been thinking about, but there is very little focus that is given in this area. One of the points that I know that Ziauddin Nayyar, who's presiding over this, has been working on is through his schools in some parts of Hyderabad. The emphasis on providing this kind of literacy, especially to girls and women. I will now go to my guru in all this, and several of us owe a lot to him for having brought to us an understanding of the various development issues that matter, particularly when we are talking about the underprivileged and the vulnerable sections across the country. Professor AMITABH KUNDU has been working in, last year, he did this very insightful and a very robust analysis on the whole migration issue. And that was, something that we all used to understand what was happening to migrant labor. In today's presentation, Professor Kundu is going to use that same methodology that he has perfected. You all have seen how Professor Kundu and his analysis of socio-religious groups enabled a lot of us to replicate the same in various ways. We did the same in Telangana when we used the Kundu committee's methodology to do the Sudhir Commission for understanding socio-economic conditions of Muslims, particularly in Telangana state. So may I therefore call upon Professor Kundu to talk about why he thinks and what he has to say about the dependence on technology and how that impacts differential access. Kundu Saab, we are waiting to hear you. We all heard you last time when you gave the Sayyid Khalilullah Hussaini Memorial Lecture at the All India Majlis TAMEER-E-MILLAT, and we are hoping that we will hear you again now. Unfortunately, we would have loved to have you here, all of you here in Hyderabad, but we've been discussing why we cannot. Professor Kundu has been, like all of us, fighting COVID battles at every front. And it's such an honor and pleasure, and it is really so nice of you to have agreed to come and speak to us here. Professor Kundu.
Thank you, Amir. It's honor and privilege for me to be a part of this distinguished panel, considering the stature of the panelists and also the convener. I had prepared a structured PowerPoint presentation, but as OSAMA pointed out, given the dwindling number of participants, I thought I will make somewhat unstructured intervention on a couple of issues that came up in the discussion. also in the context of the unstructured and ad hoc intervention by the government in dealing with the pandemic issues. So my presentation would be in line with that. One thing that I heard from Professor SIDDIQI and also MEETA mentioned, and other panelists also talked about it, that COVID has been a great educator. What is the biggest lesson that we have got from COVID? I think the biggest lesson for me is that it has told the humanity, particularly the less developed countries which had very little infrastructure in health sector, in education, and also in the production activities, the importance of technology. Technology, जिसको सिद्दीकी साहब ने कहा, तालीम याफ्ता जिन है जो अलीबाबा के दिया से निकला है, which can tackle many of the problems, and I think many of the panelists did point out, although they highlighted the problems in that. I think it has exposed, pandemic has exposed the arrogance of humanity. Some of the great philosophers who predicted in 1920, 1930, that my great-grandchildren, even my grandchildren, would be living in plenty. With 6 hours of work per week, they will produce enough to live a very comfortable life. They will have time for cultural things, entertainment, recreation, basically because of the jinn technology. That has been busted. We realize, in fact, pandemic has made us realize that human competence in developing technology is not adequate to overcome the challenges of nature, to overcome the challenges of institutions and the governance system. It has really destroyed that kind of an arrogance which was shown by many visionaries like Keynes, who said, my grandchildren will live in such a great bliss because they wouldn't have to put in so much of effort. But more important than the limitation of technology at the frontier of science, pandemic has also exposed the inequality. And that's the point that OSAMA was mentioning. Inequality in the access to technology. Technology has really increased inequality in the society before pandemic. And there is no question that the pandemic has accentuated the inequality. Think about if the technology was not there, the world would have been ruled by lions and tigers. Human beings would be hiding at the treetops. It's the technology. And technology really creates the disparity within a country, across regions, across gender, across social, economic groups, and of course, across income categories. Let me begin by just touching upon the issue of the limitation, inadequacy of technology, even at the frontier. We know that our science and technology to deal with the challenge of COVID-19 is just not adequate. Every third day you hear WHO advisories changing the certain things which are being banned, not being advisable. We know that we are struggling. And had that not been so, many of the medical professionals wouldn't have died, And also, the people who had access to best of the medical facilities did not survive. And I was asking a doctor, in fact, a couple of doctors were sitting. I said, suppose you take up the cases where people did not survive. And if you can rewind and go back to day one when they got the infection or got the semblance of the infection, if you go back to that and then you have to prescribe again, would you go by the same line of treatment? Or would you change it? Would you have confidence? They said, sorry, we don't know. Even if we have the time to work on that patient again, you're not very sure. So basically, there are limitations of technology, which I think human beings' arrogance did not recognize. So that is certainly there. But far more important than that, the inequality in the access to technology. You know, even before a couple of years in the Indian context, we are talking about increasing primary health centers, barefoot doctors, give them a kit and let them go on into the interiors and treat them, ASHA workers. In the last 1.5 years, you have heard only of oxygen cylinders, ventilators, ICUs. So there is a need for technology even at the lowest level. Even in the context of the villages and the remote areas, the number of cases reported is far less than the actuals. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the bodies lying here and there. And I know I'm associated with a civil society organization in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Some of our workers who are very knowledgeable persons, who are mobilizing people, creating sensitivity about the health issues, they got infected and they didn't even know that they have COVID. And within 4 or 5 days of some treatment of influenza with some medicines, they died and they are not treated as COVID cases. So I'm saying that the need of technology to penetrate the interiors, the rural areas, the backward regions, the tribal communities, for that we need to really multiply people like OSAMA MANZAR. We need 50 lakhs people like OSAMA MANZAR to take the technology. I mean, the country has to have a different kind of a paradigm. The inequality in health is enormous. In fact, in our post-Sacha report, we have 2 eminent panelists, members of that panel who are presenters here. One is AMIR Bhai, other is JEEMOL. We brought it out, the sharp inequality that exists. We didn't do state-wise, but across social groups. We found that the rural life expectancy is something like 60, even current figure I'm reporting is about 67, 66 years in the rural areas and 72 years in the urban areas. Across expenditure categories, the life expectancy is different. Of course, infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate, they vary across social groups, across regions. So sharp inequality that exists in India in the health sector is really alarming. Look at the Human Development Report, which tells that inequality in the developed countries are much sharper in income. But as far as health and education are concerned, inequalities are not that sharp. In terms of statistics, I can tell you something like 30% is the income inequality in the developed countries, whereas in the education and health sector, inequality is 10, 15%. Even the rich and the poor have more or less similar kind of an education system and health system. In the Indian context, educational inequality is one of the highest in the world. Health inequality is very, very high, even compared to the less developed countries. Compared to income inequality, certainly health inequality and educational inequality is extremely sharp, and this has gone up. And this is something which I think has been brought out by pandemic, that it is not just the level of technology where we are, of course, deficient to deal with the challenges posed not only by the nature, but also by the institutional and the governance arrangement, interstate issues, inter-community issues, inter-country issues. There are, of course, issues. For example, we are not very sure about the line of treatment for COVID or the vaccine's efficacy in the long run, but far more important is the inequality that exists in the health sector. But that is not enough. I'm really very happy that CDPP said it is not the health inequality alone. The overall systemic inequality is affecting the other sectors. It is affecting education in a very big way. It is affecting productive sectors also. Now look at educational inequality. I know when I was very impressed by what the technology can do. Let me give you my personal experiences. Many of my friends who would not attend any seminar less than a national or a regional level, not go to any, because of their busy schedule, would not go to a seminar unless it's a good university. I could persuade them to come to my small college in Chhindwara to give a talk to the MA students, because it doesn't really take much time. You don't have to travel. You're very happy to share your thoughts. So it is very much possible to get even a Nobel laureate. I know a friend which I requested, and he said, yes, I don't mind coming for 1 hour. So imagine the kind of, access that people have because of this technology, and number of students in the middle class and the upper class are able to save time of going to the school, learning at home, have more time for homework or for relaxation. But I think OSAMA and Shaban was bringing it out clearly. There's a large section of the population, they have one mobile phone. They don't know whether his father, who is a driver, has to carry it, or the child has to do classes. Unless we bridge this divide. I did a paper on technological penetration in the less developed countries, Asian countries focused, and India emerges as one of the countries which have high level of mobile phones, but use of the technology in social, health and educational sector is very, very small. And that is something which is really causing me anxiety, that if the technology makes the inequality even sharper. As I mentioned, that UNDP's Human Development Report for the year 2019 shows India has one of the sharpest inequality. They bring out inequality adjustment, human development indices. India has one of the sharpest inequality in education and health. If the technology has further accentuated the disparity between rural and the urban areas, between developed and the backward areas, between gender, across social groups, certainly it's a matter of very serious anxiety. I would like to mention, I had a few slides. I don't know whether Salman would be able to show that. I'll just quickly go over that if that is possible. Otherwise, I'll just mention. In our report, in the post-Sacha evaluation committee, please go to the next one quickly. Next one, please. You see, there's a tremendous progress in the literacy rate. Next one, please. You see that literacy rate has gone up. Now look at the enrollment in higher education. These, figures are showing the black one, 2006-07 and 2016-17. 8-9% growth annually. Next one, please. Please quickly go over. Now this is, education is considered as an industry. The number of colleges have gone up. The education industry has, 200 billion rupees coming in Indian context. Please go to the next one. Compound annual growth rate is 11%. Now this is number of universities. They have gone by 8.3%. It is the central university in, please stop here. The central university in all the northeastern states, imagine the way we have expanded. But look at the bottom level. You have these curves showing the dropout rate. Dropout begins at the age of 12, 13 years. And different lines are showing the dropout rate for different communities. The dropout rate is very high in the rural areas, for the tribal population, for the Muslim population. Dropout rate is very high for the scheduled caste population. They are not even 30% of them are reaching. This is the data before 5 years. They're not reaching the attendance in the school up to even 17, 18 years of age. So this is the stream which is flowing down. So like a waterfall, which is showing sharp decline in the in the dropout rate. And I'm sure the kind of education that we are able to provide through internet, not many people having the connection, losing interest, is going to sharpen the inequality like anything. Please go to the next one. This is again showing the rural urban at 2 points of time, how the people are dropping out of the education system. Please, next one. Next. Now this is showing the income inequality and educational inequality. The blue one is showing the educational inequality, which is very high. The only state which is showing a low inequality is Kerala. The next one is the health inequality, which is shown by the green line. And the red one is showing income inequality. There is some underestimation, but nonetheless, the point comes out very clearly that income inequality is not that important as educational and health inequality. Please go to the next one. It shows, this is the latest round data that at 2 points of time we have calculated. One is 2011 to 13 and then other is 17, 18. You find the bottom is showing the average inequality in life expectancy, it is 33%, much higher than the developed countries and medium level countries. Even other less developed countries have lower inequality in life expectancy than we have in India. Look at inequality in education, 41%, much higher than even the least developed countries. Income inequality somewhat less, but again, I am saying there is an underestimation because of the methodology. Please go to the next one. Now, this is latest Human Development Report that also brings out the same factor that India has much sharper education and health inequality, and this pandemic is only going to make technology access to different groups, social groups, regional groups, rural, urban population differentially. Next one, please. Next one, quickly. Now, this is showing currently attending the school. There is not much of a difference. This is 2000. I think we have updated it. Next one, please. Next. Now, as far as literacy rate is concerned, there is not much of a difference, but currently attending the school, the first one is for the Hindu population, next one is for scheduled caste population, third one is for OBC population, and then for the Muslim population. It's very low for the Muslim population as far as current attendance in the schools are concerned. Go to the next one. Again, this is showing people attending who are not enrolled or dropped out, and that's the opposite of the earlier graph. It is showing very high dropout rate for the people in the age group of 15 to 24. The tallest pillar is for Buddhist, which is basically the SC population. For the Muslims also, it is very, very high, the dropout rate. And I have a feeling that the quality of education, which has been at the lower level being diluted because of absence of the technological facilities and network connection, not having iPhone and all that among the students and the teachers, is going to seriously, increase the dropout rate and also inequality. Please, next one. It is basically bringing out the sharp inequality, literacy among persons, and the red ones are showing the improvement. You do find that the lower the literacy rate, lower is the improvement in the literacy rate, which means inequality has gone up over time. If you had lower literacy rate, your improvement over time has also been much less. Next one. So this is again showing person of 16 years with higher secondary plus education. Here inequality across social groups comes out much more sharply. You do find the Christians and Parsis have much higher level of education, secondary plus education, as compared to SC, ST and Muslim population. The next one. Yeah, again, this is graduation and above. We can stop this PowerPoint presentation. Let me conclude in 2 minutes. The basic point I'm saying is that if we cannot provide equal access to technology to all social groups and all regions, our health and educational problems are going to be much more serious. As I mentioned, the life expectancy also differs. Infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate differs by social groups, by regions, by rural and urban areas. As far as employment is concerned, I would like to mention, and I think JEEMOL made an excellent presentation to show that those who are in the urban regular employment, their loss in employment has been not much. They have been able to, salary class have been able to, there has been some reduction because of some arrangement, but nonetheless, the reduction is not very high. But for those where employment depends on consumer-producer direct relationship, that's where things have been hit very badly. It is true, as evident from CMIE data, that unemployment rate in the second wave of the COVID has not been very high. It has gone up from 8% to 10% only. Whereas last year, between April to May, these 2 months, unemployment rate had gone up to 20%, much higher than this time. But nonetheless, having said that, unemployment rate has not increased in this because there was no national lockdown in a sense. There was only regional and local lockdown. But nonetheless, the unorganized sector, those who were interacting directly with the consumer, like the domestic workers, unemployment rate for the woman had gone up significantly during the first phase, during March to September, that was the peak September last year, and now also, just because of the unorganized sector, small scale industries, small little businesses, petty businesses, transport operators, rickshaw operators, construction workers, they have been hit almost as badly as the last year. It's only the organized sector and those who are working in the large industries where loss of employment has not been very high. Let me conclude by mentioning one major issue. I'm looking at the discrimination studies as a part of Oxfam India work. I was looking at the literature, and generally the studies do show that the wage gap that exists, even in the organized sector in the urban areas, 30% of that is discrimination. 60% of the earning differentials is basically because of endowments. That means their level of education, years of experience, and those who are working on the discrimination studies do say that, well, if the differences are because of the endowments, we can understand and we can say it is not discrimination. So 60% of the differences in the wages can be explained in terms of endowment factors, which is in a way capability factors. So you can understand that why the wages are different across social groups, because the endowments are different for the Muslims, for the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe population, and the others. But now, what is happening? That even your endowments are going to be very, very different, because society is creating a situation where endowment differentials, which explains 60%, but part of that endowment difference is basically because of the education system and the inequality in the access to the technology. So I'm really, really worried about this trend that we have set in bringing in technology, which has to be brought in, because I did mention that earlier. We're talking about increasing your barefoot doctors, give them a toolkit and let them treat, because that's most important. But we now realize that technology is required even at the lowest level to deal with such situations. Therefore, plead to anyone. I mean, since in some way the government committees do ask me to associate in some way, but somehow I only deal with the statistical part. They don't listen to my suggestions on the policy perspective. But I'm certainly sure that given the importance of technology, the maximum emphasis needs to be given on equity in access to technology across social groups, across regions, between rural and urban areas. There's an interesting study I recall by Krishna. It was published in Hague's journal, Institute of Social Studies. It shows that if a person had education in an urban area, in a decent school, the percentage chances that the person will get into the modern sector jobs is pretty high. But if the person, forget about the caste, income group, religion, if the person had his or her entire education in a rural setting, didn't even have 1 year of training or something in an urban area, staying at relatives' place, the chances that that person who had his or her entire education in a rural area up to 12th class, that person will make it to IIM, IIT, or any of the modern sector is zero. And that really shows how the educational inequality is institutionalized, the larger inequality in the country, and that problem needs to be addressed seriously. Amir, thank you very much for the time.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Kundu Sahab. You always bring this this freshness and this urgency to find solutions. These are major problems. These are problems that that most of us here on this August group have set off to tackle, and we need to understand the kind of reasons that you talked about. For example, this insight that India does not have as acute an income inequality as it has an inequality in access to education is such a huge issue that is often missed. And the fact that if you do not have access to modern and urban forms of education, then you do not have any hope ever of social mobility. It's just the most important issue that several people here. I know that Javed Bhai is listening to this, Shaukat Saab is listening to this, people who work a lot with rural schooling. and with this whole purpose of ensuring that those who are left out are brought into the mainstream, I'm sure they will benefit a lot from what you just said. I'd in some sense saved the best for the last, and I now would like to invite JYOTSNA. JYOTSNA, BRAR, and I hope that that best for the last bit, you ignored AMITABH, KUNDU, SOMA, WADHWA, MEETA, SENGUPTA, and so on. So this is only for JYOTSNA. JYOTSNA is a formidable institution by herself. She is someone who I have known very closely for quite some time now. Saw her at very close quarters, turning a super wonderful school into an even better school. JYOTSNA, spent an entire lifetime with very high quality schools, particularly residential schools. She took over the Welham Girls School, which has always been one of our best, and made it the absolute best in the country. And by the time she left, it was a school that the world would be talking about. So her insights into education, what education means for girls, what residential education means, and I know that some people here again are very interested in this. JYOTSNA, here in Telangana, we have a wide network of residential schools now, and quite a lot of it is inspired by the kind of work that you did. And the government as policy decided to make more than 200 residential schools for the poor. And you will understand the challenges that a state-run residential school would face, especially to get poor children in. But you've done this. You've managed to create institutions, and you now consult with several of them in trying to make them inclusive, which is your primary emphasis, in trying to make them, make students moral, ethical, and capable. And your students have been some of the most sensitive individuals who have come out to help society. So your insights and your understanding of what is happening, how are we going to deal with residential schools now with COVID and all this dread and fear, is something that we really like to listen to as we end this absolutely fabulous conference. Over to you, JYOTSNA, BRAR. You are either muted, or why can't I hear you? Now, can anyone hear? Now. Yeah, JYOTSNA? No?
He has muted her voice.
Just see if you can unmute her. Can you now unmute, JYOTSNA? No, we can't hear you. किसी को सुनाई दे रहा है? नहीं ना?
नहीं सुनाई पड़ रहा।
हाँ।
आपकी तरफ से तो नहीं है बंद?
नहीं, खुला है।
Amir bhai, I think you have to.
We can. We can hear her.
Oh, you can? Okay.
I heard her voice just now.
That was SOMA. That was SOMA.
That was me, Professor Kundu.
No.
अच्छा, JYOTSNA अभी भी सुनाई नहीं रहा. Are you on some sort of a earphone or something? No. Can you quickly do a drop off and drop in again? Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. The cell phone, OSAMA, the smartphone is coming to use everywhere. Digital connectivity. So, while we get JYOTSNA on, I would use this time and to thank a lot of people who joined this program, people who in themselves are have contributed enormously to this issue of fighting COVID at one end and fighting the educational issues. And I can just keep on, I can just read out all the names that are on my screen who have done that. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm sure that these really wonderful presentations have been of use to you and you have followed what we've been saying. Nahin Jyotsna, bilkul sunai nahi de. I can see that your lips are asking, can you hear me? But I cannot.
I think she has not connected to his voice.
Audio, maybe you just have to log out completely. वो भी कर लिया. बंद कर दीजिएगा. Just reboot. That sometimes helps. The good old Indian method of solving problems. So again, as we wait for that, I must also thank all of you for putting up some really fabulous questions on the chat window. There are so many, and I can just go on and on how on what it means to have technology. Why does OSAMA think that we are behind by several decades? What does MEETA say when she talks about EdTech and EdTech interventions? Yes, Jyotsna, now I think we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
yeah,
that's
it is not just, Jyotsna, it's not just enough to look good. We also have to hear you.
No,
please.
I am starting off by thanking you, Amir, and I want to thank 61 people who have been extremely patient.
Yes.
And I have totally thrown away my PowerPoint presentation because everything has been covered. But the way to end a long day of classes, and I've been a teacher my whole life, is to end with a story and not end with a graph. So I can tell you some stories, and I hope that these stories will connect everything that all the speakers have said today. The first part of my story is that I was an army child. So I have studied in all kinds of schools all across the country. I was born in Tamil Nadu and I finished my schooling in Madhya Pradesh. So I want to say I've studied in co-educational schools, army schools, the best public schools. I was one of the first few students in Welham Girls when the school was just 2 years old. And then my own children studied in I also did schooling in a school that was run in tents. I have taught in all these kinds of schools. And after retiring from Welham, I am now helping in the academic committee of a school here in Dehradun, where I live, which is for girls from rural areas of Uttarakhand. And SOMA has been doing such a lot of work there with the mothers and the daughters. So the aim of this school is to give free education of the urban quality to girls from rural areas from economically weak homes. So it's quite an interesting challenge. And we saw it all. Everything that Professor KUNDU spoke of and the others spoke of, we have seen it happening since March last year. How do we get to our girls? Our first challenge was to get the girls home. Second challenge was to get them back. Third challenge was to send them back again at very short notice in a hill area. I'm also on the board of a school which is run for children who have mental learning, mental difficulties, children who have here in Dehradun itself. No amount of technology, no amount of teachers could get through to their parents to help them keep up with the learning that we were trying to give them. And this is required if anything needs face-to-face, hand-to-hand actually, because you physically have to be with the children to even help them, in their walking and talking. There was no digital device which could do that for us. And we've been struggling with this school, and the parents have been struggling. Eventually, we have taken to educating the parents on how to help their children, which of course has been a double blessing. Now, why am I giving these two examples and not Welham Girls School? Because really well, a good public school can reach its students through technology and even teach them karate through it. So that's not a big deal. The problem has been in all the other areas that everybody has been. So I just want to start, Amir, by saying there's an old saying, and they used to say it in Africa, that it takes a village to raise a child. Now, residential schools try to be this village where you can raise a child to be a certain kind of a child. And you get children from everywhere to come to this special village, and it's everybody's combined effort. And it's a very different environment from a day school where a child goes in the morning and is home for lunch or at the most after lunch. So the challenges of boarding schools, residential schools are very, very different. There are many, many needs for residential schools. I told you already, army children need residential schools. The biggest network that we have across the country is of SENIC schools, of military schools. Then we have a lot of schools across the country run by NGOs, such as the one that I am helping and working with now. And these schools fulfill different needs, and the parents need to send them there also with different aspirations. So I just want to quickly say, why do the parents send them? We used to have a lovely system, and we still have it in our schools, where we spend a long time chatting with the parents who want to send their child to a boarding school, because it's a very big decision to send your child away. Basically, they say, our aspirations are going beyond the local. So this is connecting up with what Professor KUNDU was saying, that your aspirations have to go beyond local, because what is available locally is not enough for those children. Secondly, they say a lot of choices will be available and a lot of options under one roof. Our children won't have to keep moving. We don't know how to take them to many places. The third thing they say is that we hope that under this one roof, hidden talents, which we have not even been able to tap in our children at home or in wherever we are living, maybe there's something that you people will be able to offer, and there'll be something in a child which will get triggered off, and then you can groom it into something special, which we can't do in the regular school. And that's a big aspiration from boarding schools. The big one, and here, I go back to what many speakers before me have said, exposure to diversity. That whole thing which makes you capable of being more robust in life later on is when you live and stay with a diverse community. And I think this, congregating diversity is the biggest beauty of a residential school. I'll give you a very small example. Dehradun has a wonderful ancient school started off by the British called the Rashtriya Indian Military College. It was the Royal Indian Military College. They get 2 or 3 boys from every state of India and turn them into officers of the Indian Army. And then they can go and serve with people from any part of the country. And, you just belong to the whole country. This kind of congregating of diversity can only happen by living together. And many boarding schools, I wish I had the Urdu equivalent of it. I apologize for not knowing it, but I do know a little bit of the Sanskrit. The shlok says that, you know, Sahana Vavtu Sahana Bhunaktu. Let us experience things together. Then we will have courage to do things together. So that is the bottom line of residential school. But what happens is that to offer this, you have to make big campuses and you have to have a lot of facilities. Then you have to have a lot of teachers. I'm putting all this very simple, in a very, very simplified way, but actually it translates into something very complicated. For example, right from a school hospital to a kitchen, to you know, the staff who are over there, to counselors, to sports people, to dance, music, everything. You have a huge school community. And this is expensive, to put it very briefly. I'm not going into figures, though I do know we've sat and worked out cost per day per child and all that for our schools where we are offering this to children from, you know, less privileged homes. And the bottom line is character building. Now, the boarding school also knows character building is not happening when you're teaching math alone. It's happening outside the math class. It's in fact happening on the stage and behind the stage. It's happening not only on the games field, but those who are watching on the side. Who are the children who are supporting other children? Who are the teachers who are supporting other children? Collaboration through a healthy competition. All these are character building efforts, and you can't do them merely through digital transaction of syllabus. So the challenge of the residential schools is always something slightly different. And the best kind of residential school is one which is connected human to human. I remember long ago, Anu Aga coming to our school and talking to everybody and telling the parents, she says, at the end of the day, a human being has to teach a human being. And so this, you know, even the thing that if there's a child who didn't understand in class, can they go to a real human being in the evening and say, I didn't understand what you said, because we live on a shared campus. So there's a special quality to residential schools. And this has to be understood by those who set them up, who run them, and the collegial feeling of sharing that the staff living on campus, first of all, have with each other. They make a happy village so that they can raise happy children. And that is really important. Now, all the residential schools which were offering this, it is like the story of the Pied Piper. You know, one day there were rats which came to Hamlin town. And then the Pied Piper came and he took away the rats, but he also took away the children. And all the boarding schools today are empty, huge places. They are like Hamlin town without the children. Everybody in the boarding school is waiting for the children to come back. They thought maybe at least our senior most children will come back to give a class 12 exam because the other children are at home. But no, that's not going to happen. Those children, nobody in the country thought, last year we couldn't hold the class 10 and 12 exams. At least we have a easy accurate count of the children registered for class 12 for 2021. Let's vaccinate them. They are the youngsters who have to get into college. But they started with an old woman like me. And I'm quite happy to stay at home. I don't need to go to work. We needed to start with those youngsters. And I really felt bad because I would have first vaccinated my students and then bothered about myself. You know, they're empty. These empty villages need to get repopulated, because what has happened in the meantime is the parents are too scared now to send the children back. they don't want to pay money for a school which is not offering them games, sports, music, dance, counseling, food, and the whole thing that goes with a residential school. They are saying we'll only pay a tuition fee, and that too half. But the school cannot say we are going to shut down all the facilities because they're sitting in hope that the children will come back. And then my games field should be ready. My labs should be ready. And very good labs should be ready with more digitized facilities, with more blended learning. When I'm getting no fee, I have to be prepared for double the cost to transform myself into an institution which is offering blended digital learning, where the teachers have to be trained, where the costs have to go up now when I'm earning less. It's a strange dilemma across the country. And I would like to tell everyone, I'm also on the boards of 3 schools which are very well to do. They are traditional, they've got deep pockets. They've been around for 160 years. They can afford to keep paying the whole staff and look after the school, waiting for the children. And the children might come because the names are brand names. But what do you do with the newly developed, really good, really sincere residential schools who now are stuck for money? Will they change their model? We are in discussions all the time. Here is something beyond just classroom teaching, which a school was hoping to give to children who come from areas where good schooling may not be available, or parents who are in transferable jobs, and now you're shut down. I don't see too much hope for some of these schools. They're going to have to go into a semi-local, we've done the maths, we keep doing the economics, but it's going to be a great challenge to stagger back, particularly, and I believe this is likely to happen, if you've got 2 news items which are saying third wave is going to come in September, this time it's going to affect the children. Who's going to send the children reading this in a newspaper? They're not going to be coming back to schools fast. And the residential schools have to follow very strict COVID protocols. They can't get all the children back in one go. So you get them in small groups, quarantine them, and then the next group. It's going to take months to get the children back anyway. So at a very practical level, the plight of the residential school, no matter what kind of residential school, whether they are scenic schools, and I was chairperson of the Indian Public Schools Conference for some years, and I saw these schools. We had the scenic schools, we had military schools, and right now everything is empty. It's sad. It's a lot of wasted facility. In some states, they've taken over parts of the schools as COVID centers, saying you've got the space. The thing is that suppose tomorrow they say, bring back your class 12. How do you clean up your school to get them back if it's just been a COVID center? There are many challenges that all these schools are facing. And I don't want to go on too long. The 60 people who started 10 minutes ago are now down to 50. And I just want to end by saying thank you so much. I also would like to say, for me, the last couple of hours have been a learning process. I just didn't want to get into the graphs and the figures, because at the end of a long evening, it's just a problem of one niche area of education, which I think has been impacted so horribly that it's going to be a problem for it to stagger back. Thank you so much, Amir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jyotsna. That was really wonderful. As Shoma said, a problem statement of this kind narrated like a very lovely story with all its hues and all its comments and the major issue that you point out too. I think that was a great point you made about how if we were to do a vaccine strategy, then why did we leave out those who need it the most? And I think that was a very good point. So we have reached absolute end of our conference. There were, as I said, there were several questions. If there are any, just put them on the chat window, please. I would like to, before I hand it over to Ziauddin Nayyar Sahab, I'd like to say that, there have been a lot of comments on the chat session, and I'm sure the speakers have seen those comments. Just literally, comment every minute. Basically, everybody thanking you for the insights that you've provided. Some people asking for yet another solution, another look at the data presented, particularly addressing, for example, JEEMOL's very technical presentation. Yet so many people who have followed it and understood it so well. Professor KUNDU, your points where you underline the problem, you will see that the chat is talking about how important those were. SOMA, there have been comments there saying what a wonderful exercise you have undertaken and whether the same can be done for urban levels and so on. JYOTSNA, again, even at the end, there were people who are very keenly listening to you. So thank you so much for that. I now take on this really honor that I have of getting Mr. Ziauddin Nayyar to give the concluding and the presidential remarks. He's taken over. He's been a long-standing, really wonderful architect of the All India Majlis TAMEER-E-MILLAT that he has, with several of his colleagues, shepherded in difficult times over the last so many decades. As president now, he takes over the organization at a difficult time, because just as we are talking about educational institutions, several institutions like these which work at the grassroots and in developmental work are going to face enormous and unprecedented problems with what COVID has left us with. But it is his grace and his enormous credibility, particularly in the education sector, that brings us all to work with him. Zia, there are still a lot of people who are there waiting for you. I know that Rubina was here. I'm sure she's still there. As I said, Mujahid Sikandar, Javed Bhai, and I can just Mirza Abdullah, who's been writing very, very regularly on the chat window. All these people who have done a lot of work in this area, and thanks to you for all your comments. But now may I hand it over to Ziauddin Nayyar Sahab. I know that Misbah is also here. Sayyid Misbahuddin, who from the MS Academy has been a great supporter, and the academy itself and the foundation itself has been doing some enormous amount of work in bringing education to most people of the vulnerable kind across the country. So may I now hand this over to Ziauddin Nayyar.
जो बुलाए हैं, मैं समझता हूँ कि जिंदगी भर मुझे याद रहेगी ये शाम। इतनी अच्छी स्पीचेस मैं एक जगह में शायद कभी नहीं सुना। इतनी स्टैंडर्ड और मेहनत के साथ और इतने काबिल लोग आए कि मैं एक मिनट के लिए भी यहाँ से हटा नहीं। आपने देखा होगा कि मैं उनसे इस्तिफादा कर रहा था। After such eminent personalities have spoken on the topic, it leaves very little for me to say. But as per custom, let me speak a few words. I think for monitoring Indian economy, for inviting me to the platform. The COVID-19 pandemic is first and foremost a health crisis. Many countries have rightly decided to close schools, colleges, and universities. The crisis shows the policy makers are facing between closing schools to saving lives and keeping them open to maintain the economy. The severe short-term disruption is felt by many families around the world. Home schooling is not only a massive shock to parents' productivity, but also to children's social life and learning. Teaching is moving online on an untested and unprecedented scale. The student assessment are also moving online with a lot of trial and error and uncertainty for everyone. Many assessments have simply been cancelled. Importantly, these interruptions will not just be a short-term issue, but can also have long-term consequences for those affected and are likely to increase inequality. Going to school is the first tool. Going to school is the first tool available for raising skills. While school time can be fun and can raise social skills and social awareness. From an economic point of view, the primary point of being in school is that it increases a child's ability. Even a relatively short time in school does this. Even a relatively short period of missed school will have consequences for skill growth. In these times, how much will the pandemic interrupt the learning? This is the big question. Perhaps to the disappointment of some, children have not generally been sent home to play. The idea is that they continue their education at home in the hope of the missing out too much. Families are central to education and are widely agreed to provide major input into a child's learning. The current global scale expansion in home schooling might at first thought be seen quite positively as likely to the effective, but this role should go along with input from school. Parents help a child's mathematics learning by practicing counting or highlighting simple math problems in daily life, or those help in history lessons with trips to the historical sites. Being the prime driver of learning, along with his continued online materials, is not easy. Many parents around the world do home school successfully, but not everybody can do this in the whole population. Key differences are the amount of time available to devote to teaching, the skills of the parents, resources, and also the amount of knowledge. It is hard to help your child learn something that you yourself do not understand. These events will lead to an increase in the inequality of human capital growth for the affected sections of society. The closure of schools, colleges, and universities not only interrupt the teaching for students around the world, the closure also coincides with a key assessment period, and many exams have been postponed or cancelled. The point is to give information about the child's progress for families and teachers. The loss of this information delays the recognition of both high potential and learning difficulties and can even harmful long-term consequences for the child. These effects are largest for children from disadvantaged backgrounds. It is also possible that some students' careers might benefit from the interruptions. In higher education, many universities and colleges are replacing traditional exams with online assessment tools. This is a new area. This is a new area for both teachers and students, and assessments will likely have larger misrepresentation error than usual. The students' signals with potentially reduce the matching efficiency for new graduates on the labor market, who might experience along earning growth and higher job separation. This is costly both to the individual and also to society as a whole. The careers of this year's graduates may be severely affected by the pandemic. They have experienced major teaching interruptions in the final part of their studies. They are experiencing major interruptions in the assessment. And finally, they are likely to graduate at the beginning of a major global recession. It suggests that poor market conditions at labor market entry cause workers to accept lower paid jobs, and that this has permanent effects for the careers of some. The graduates from programs with high predicted earnings can compensate for their poor starting point through both within and across him earning gains. But graduates from other programs have been found to experience permanent earnings losses from graduating in a recession. The global lockdown of education institution is going to cause major and unequal interruption in students' learning, disruptions in internal assessments, and cancellation of public assessments for qualifications of their replacement by an interior alternative. What can be done? We mitigate these negative impacts. Schools need resources to rebuild the loss in learning once they open again. How these resources are used and how to target the children who are especially hard hit needs to be evaluated. Given the evidence of the importance of assessment for learning, schools should also consider postponing rather than skipping internal assessments. For new graduates, program policies should support their entry to the labor market to avoid longer unemployment periods. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया नियर साहब. Thank you so much for having talked about the labor market, entry into the labor market, of how schools need to be reinforced and how school education needs to be supported by government policy and government finances. we are through. We promised you that we will run this program from 4 to 8 o'clock. So apologies for going over by 3 minutes, but it's been simply wonderful. As Yavai said, it was an absolutely riveting evening with one talk and one presentation after the other, focusing on not only the problem, but also giving us several insights into how those problems can be tackled and why they should be given attention to. So with your permission, Umar, right? You were the linchpin of this conference. Thank you for having encouraged us to do this. I must thank everybody who took part. As I said, Sayyid Misbauddin at MS Academy, Javed Bhai at Babu Khan Trust, and the CDPP. We had Anjana and Salman and Nayyar participating here. Thank you all very much. Yes, Ayum Saab, there are so many people that as I said, I can just keep on reeling off the names of people who participated and who encouraged her to do this. Amjad Ali Saab, Shaukat Bhai, Sumaira, thanks for all of you. Shahab at the Majlis TAMEER-E-MILLAT, you ensured that we conducted this very seamlessly. There was no problem at all, very well handled. The YouTube channel was working fine. Those who have any further questions or issues or concerns, please feel free to write to us, any one of us, and we will ensure that you get your answers from the panelists themselves. They have been very kind in giving us this time, and I'm sure that kindness will extend to answering concerns and questions later on too. Shoma is smiling, so she's agreed.
Thank you.
On behalf of everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much
For success.
Ji. Thank you, Ziauddin. Thanks all of you. Good night, and hopefully we will see good days soon, and we'll have all of you here in Hyderabad, physically doing this conference rather than virtually.
अभी 1 घंटे के बाद 9 बजे से एक और एक प्रोग्राम है.
अरे वाह वाह.
1 घंटे के बाद दूसरा प्रोग्राम भी है.
वाह वाह वाह.
आमिर भाई.
शुक्रिया बहुत. Thank you, Umar. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I mean, question है.
कर दो बाबा, 9 से 1 बना